Peace, peace. Peace, peace. Everybody coming in, share the live. As y'all can see, we're gonna be talking about the Moors and the Ethiopians today. Let me take these headphones off. Peace, peace. Thanks for liking the live. Thanks for sharing. We're gonna definitely unpack this information. Let me turn my camera around. What happened? Hey. Let's see. Give me a second. Let's see if I can get somebody from the family to come up. Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to fix the sound on my computer. I don't know. Can y'all hear me? How do I change my camera back on? There I am. If I send y'all an invite or y'all get an invite, I don't know why it automatically sends invites. You can come up or you could just don't come up. It's okay. But the family, y'all come up. Y'all can definitely come up. Did I, okay. Make sure I got this. Let me fix the sound on this thing, because I can't hear anything. It's my headphones. There it is. Because the scripture says, whoever believes on Christ, from their belly will flow living waters. So you notice most people who proclaim to be Christ, they don't have nobody else who is flowing like they are. They got us. Can you hear me? Got us running around this bitch looking, acting like. Can you hear me? Because I want to make sure my mic is working too. I need to turn these off. I think I need to. Bring that back, because that's right on time. They got us running around here saying we ain't African.
Peace,
Got us
peace.
running around this bitch looking, acting like Menelik, saying we ain't African, it sounded like Benedict Arnold. Where are you? Who are you? Where are you? On the map, target on our back, like GPS. Reminders on our eyes, changing facts so that we see less. We be stressed, going at the people that we closest to. Mad at the mirror, hating folks, cause they look like you. Clockwork, getting laughed at, like we posed to. Get me out, truth be told, we acting out these Bible scripts. Know your role, get this heaven's bread, food for your soul. It's a fact, matter of fact, we bringing back the gospel truth. On that narrow path up a mountain that's impossible. At the top, where we see it all from a bird's eye view. Raise the dead, give the blind sight, like you heard I do.
Peace, peace, y'all. We are about to get into this interesting topic. I don't know if I have some moderators or not, but anybody in the family that can come up, I'd appreciate it. Peace, peace, brother Clan. Cause it's fire, now your whole campus heated. Choked out, getting all the smoke you can't handle. All you do is blow hot air like a fan do. You didn't see it coming, but it's here like MC Visual. A whole bunch of saints with the truth is indivisible. Christ let us know it starts with one individual. Peace and love, family. Peace and love, y'all. We about to get into something. Peace, peace. Get into something, y'all.
What's going on?
Some toes today, but that's
what's going on?
Hey, we step on toes every day.
Yes, sir. We are doing it. People getting mad, but hey.
I'll be right back, y'all.
Just like Christ said, the truth hurts.
The truth hurts.
But it give you peace of mind once you know it. Now, if you never knew it, well, then you just be lost. Like she Messiah. She coming out with a movie, y'all. She coming out with a movie with AI have on her.
She came out with a movie?
She coming out with one.
I'll be back.
Man, I'm telling you. I never thought it. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. But see, that's what deception does to you. It deceives. That's why God didn't want us to depend on our mind, because it'll play tricks on you. You reading something that don't concern you, but will concern you later on if you hook up with the Christ. Because Christ was the one that God was going to choose. He was going to choose a human vessel. He always have and he always will. I just went along with the program, you know, because I was raised in it. I was made to do it. I ain't like it, but I was made to do it. So God just spoke to me and said, just continue doing what you're doing. I'm going to send my son. I'm going to see if you're going to accept him. Because everything you've been told is a lie. I knew it was. I just wasn't sure. But now I know. Because it's all coming out. Everything is a lie. Man lie all the time. He ain't just started been doing it. Your word's supposed to be your bond, but not today. Somebody tell you something, then backtrack. Say, well, I ain't tell you that. I ain't do that. It's crazy, yo. It's crazy. But we need to know the truth. God wanted us to know the truth. That's why he sent the Son. But he knew that man was going to go and read it and come up with his own ideas. and forget about God. But God said, I'm the boss. I'm going to send my son. He going to go through some stuff, but I'm going to raise him up. Y'all don't get that. All these pastors, I can sit them down and shut their mouth. Because I know the truth and they don't. I'm one of the 144. I was chosen. But I had to go through something. I had to drop the lie and accept the truth. I had to. Or else I would be like everybody else. I once was. The lie came before the truth, y'all. And then God used all these people to dress the lie up. And then he gonna turn back around and tell them they're all liars. Because it's in the book. It tell you we've been deceived. That went over my head though. Because I was so deep into the thing till I didn't realize. But it came out. I've been deceived by the pastors and everybody else. But God gave me a chance to correct myself, drop the lie, and listen to the truth. Because he was going to pick somebody that he was going to give the truth to. And he was going to come like a thief in the night like he did. He just showed up. When I heard it, I listened. Because I had got tired of all these lies. I had got tired of every time the pastor come in, you got to stand up. Like he a king. And where did he say goes? And he didn't even know. I told one of the pastors, beware of the pastors that scatter the flock. And he got mad and shut me out. He shut me down. But it's okay. You should know the truth, and the truth gonna make you free, but it's gonna make you free first. You gotta be made free. You gotta be pried from all these lies you done been told from birth all the way to now. 'Cause they not true. They false. Always have been and always will be. 'Cause when Christ show up, everything shuts down. All the lies are out and open. Everything is out and open.
Everything's out in the open. Hey.
And we love our haters because they know the truth. They've heard it, but they reject it. So it's the same as not knowing it. If you reject it, you know it.
Where's my laptop? Yeah. They be, once they divided us, y'all, it's been a mission to continue that division right here in the States. That's why you got people that look the same and act the same and live amongst each other talking about, I'm not human, we not them, and we not this, we separated. When they really descend from the same original African people. And we're gonna get into it. Y'all can chime in, but and give y'all thoughts, because I'm gonna just say this. Let me pause the music. I'm gonna just say this. The saints are the only ones connecting the dots, y'all. We were the only ones connecting Ethiopia to the Bible story. And now all of a sudden now all of a sudden IUIC is talking about Ethiopia and the Bible.
Yeah, they copying.
Before they mocked us for saying that.
They're stealing garments, though.
Yeah, they
That's
stealing
what the
garments.
book
That's what
say.
y'all call. That's what you call stealing garments. Nobody was listening to what we were saying when we were connecting these dots prior to it being popular. We were being mocked for telling y'all that these are the same people. We were being mocked for telling y'all that Ethiopia was the biblical kingdom. We were being mocked for telling y'all that these were the same people. But now all of a sudden it's popular and it's everybody is saying it now. That's the whole purpose of the new song. So everybody can start singing the new song. But y'all want to sing the song, y'all want to steal it and try to claim it as your own instead of giving the props to the king.
But it don't work. But it don't work like that. See,
It
because
don't
God,
work
because
like that.
Christ already know. He already know. He got them on tape talking
Yes,
noise, so they
it's on
can't say
tape.
ain't say it.
It's on tape. Now y'all wanna claim the information when it becomes popular, when the truth is actually out on paper. Now, when it's spoken truth, you don't want to receive it. That's the whole thing about Christ being lifted up and every eye shall see and everybody is going to admit that he's Christ. That's the whole thing. When it's
They ain't
popular,
got no choice
when
because
everybody
God
on
is
the
in this.
bandwagon.
God is in this. The truth was gonna come out. I don't care how you hide it, how you try to bury it. But somebody was gonna tell. God was gonna deal with somebody's heart and tell the truth, and it was gonna leak out a little bit at a time, but it was gonna get out.
Yep. Yep.
He even told what they were gonna do to us. Proof
Mm-hmm.
from a poisonous tree. I read it. Man, that was crazy.
Absolutely. I'm gonna play one more song and then I'm gonna start.
But
This
God
is
had to redeem us. God had to redeem us. That's how He had to do it.
right. And the way God was gonna redeem us was through somebody that went through the same struggles as we did, not through
Right.
something imaginary, y'all. You will be redeemed by one that's going to redeem you with the Spirit of God.
Yeah, because He going through stuff. You don't know what He going through.
Yeah. Going through and been through the same struggles that we've been through and
Yes.
continue to go through.
That's what God used us. He used us for His glory, for His purpose. We going to be all right, but we got to trust Him. But if you reject the Son, you reject the one that sent Him. So you can't
Exactly.
say you love God and you don't love the Son. You got to love both.
I think at the end of this, I might share something that may connect the dots with people that do not understand how God can do it again. God can choose a man, and that man could host the Spirit of God. I don't think people understand it, but it's something that I found over the weekend that may help people to connect the dots and explain how that actually happens in real time. Like, just kind of simplify it. Not really simplify it because you can't really simplify God, but I can put it in words to where you understand how that happened in the past and how it's happening now. It blew my mind. I might share that at the end of the
But our past make our future.
life.
Because what your forefathers did, we got to correct what they did.
Exactly. And the only way to correct that is by one individual, like it's written in prophecy, one individual would have certain characteristics, would think a certain way, would respond a certain way, would speak a certain way. And it ain't going to be how you. So, yeah. And everybody does not have that. Everybody don't have that capability of even reaching that point in their life where they can inhabit that spirit. That's why it's only one. That's
Well,
why.
she Messiah is copying Christ. She
She
listened to him. She
Messiah
got
is
him down to a T.
she
She got
really
him down
just
to
on here doing what deceivers do.
yeah, she's deceiving.
Deceiving
She
people,
been deceived.
lying, pretending.
But it's gonna come out though. I would hate to be on the wrong side of God because you don't know what he gonna do.
Yeah. Oh, we know what he gonna do.
Oh well, I mean, you know what I mean.
Yeah, we know exactly what's gonna happen. We know exactly what's gonna happen. Just think about if the people of God suffered the way they suffered because they went against God. Just think about what's gonna happen. Why y'all think these people trying to leave Earth? Why y'all think they trying to go live on the moon? They're not trying to go live on the moon because the Earth gonna be destroyed. They want to leave Earth and go live somewhere else because they know that the people that they have been tormenting and oppressing all these years are going to rule, and they don't want them to rule over them. That's why they want to leave Earth. They want y'all to think it's some alien invasion. Yeah, we the aliens that's invading.
That's what they talking about. 3-Eye Atlas. 3-Eye Atlas. That's the biggest thing going now. 3-Eye
They don't
Atlas.
want to live in a world where black people are actually in their rightful place, y'all. They don't want to live in a world where black people are actually in their rightful place in this world. Once
But God is in control of this. They ain't got no choice. They either do or they don't. One or the other. They ain't got no choice. God ain't in charge of this. This his program.
Mm-hmm. And we're gonna get us some. We're gonna get us a MAGA hat, but the MAGA gonna stand for Make Africa Great Again.
Yeah.
Yeah, that might be what it really stands for in the first place.
By 2050, they're gonna be 2.some billion people on the workforce. The workforce gonna be the greatest. And you know that ain't nothing but God. They 1 point something now. 1.5, I think. That ain't nothing but God. That's why I can take all these pastors and sit them down and shut their mouth when they give them this information. They gonna look at me like, well, where did that come from? You've been lying to the people for years. And taking their money and saying God need their money. God don't need your money. He let you create it. You need it, but God don't need it.
God don't need y'all money.
They had us thinking that, and that made us feel guilty. You come to church and you ain't got nothing to give, and everybody giving big money, and you ain't got nothing.
Made you feel bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you know what?
I don't feel bad no more. I go in there with a pocket full of money, don't give them a dime. They be mad at me.
It's like people became so programmed to where they couldn't think past what they were seeing. Like, do y'all really think money always existed? Money didn't always exist.
No,
But
bartering.
the way people are programmed, it's like they can't see past the neighborhood. They can't see past what their grandmother. It's like they can't see past a certain point in history. Can't go back too far, so to where they can understand that money didn't always exist. So that
no,
can't
money
be
didn't always exist because
that
people
important.
had goods. People had, things that they had. They bartered, exchanged.
They exchange, yeah.
Same as money, but it wasn't money.
It had value. Money, we give money value. Money does not have value on its own. We put the value on it. That's why and how it became valuable because of the true thing that is valuable. You and I.
Yeah, we melanin. That's why they trying to wipe us out because they want our melanin. They know
No, I mean
what's
people.
up.
I mean people in general, Brother Clinton. That's the true wealth. People, not just black people. People. Period.
I mean, sis, you ain't lying at all. Because from my understanding, it's one race, and that's the human race. So
That's right. That's what it is.
And even in saying that it's one race, it's the human race, and people don't understand why it's a certain group of people that was going to redeem the human race. If that one group of people is never redeemed, then the human race is never redeemed. Do y'all not getting it? That's the whole point
That's
of
why
Christ
God's way.
saving the world.
That's why our ways are not God's ways, and our thoughts are His thoughts. He
Yeah.
think different than we do because He already know the whole program. That's why we don't. So we need to listen to Him. We need to listen to who He sends, who He tells. Now he picked Yaju, and he's the highest God man. That's what I say. He has the God thought, and everybody else want it,
He has the
and
God
they want to
spark.
steal it.
He has that God spark.
Yeah, the spark.
The spark. Yep.
These people knew the truth though before. That's how come they could do what they did. That's how come I read the fruits from a poisonous tree. They knew the truth, but they say if they could get us fighting among each other, they'll win. And sure enough, we've been doing it.
Absolutely.
We've been doing their work.
All right, y'all.
That's
I'm gonna
deception.
play one more song, and this one is appropriate. Y'all gonna have to get with the program or get rolled over, cause we ain't stopping.
Nope, we ain't.
So my heart grew numb, cocaine on top, drop napalm like a veteran in Vietnam. You say on these tracks, nigga, I've been on the run. Got hooks like Tyson, that pack a hell of a punch. One taking, I'm done. Bitch, I'm one of them ones, chosen like LeBron. I'm the brains and LeBron. I came, saw, and I conquered it. It can go down anywhere for you young jockers.
Yeah.
And God couldn't stop us from dodging potholes and stacking pilots. Rubbed it in the face of those that doubted us. When they counted us out, they should have been counting on us.
Yeah. Get with it or lay down. Get with it or lay down. Roll with us or get rolled over. That's what's gonna happen.
You know, people, they hard head. They know Christ don't walk in the earth. They know.
I'm feeling like beans. I can feel it in the air.
They gonna probably have teams. Hey.
Like trick shots on the pool table. This shit better than cable, too abstract to label. I like a potato, but hard to pass. The bars is gas, they bars is brass. My bars is gold, a lot of niggas good copies, but wine the mold. Like bendy straws, they fold. I'm standing like a light bulb. Got my high beams on. Church was the first place they taught me to let it shine. No straddling the fence, I'm making them pick a side.
They gotta pick a side. Who gonna ride for Christ?
They're already pick the side.
Roll with it or get rolled over.
They don't talk
Get with it or
against us,
lay
so
down.
they
Roll
side.
with it or get rolled over.
They already gonna get rolled over. They know it.
Roll with us or get rolled over. Get with it or lay down. Roll with us or get rolled over.
You see the movie they finna come out with about us leaving? And the government gonna try to stop us. Yeah,
You can't
they
stop
got a
God.
movie for the. I know they know that, but they
That's
gonna try.
insane. All right. So now I went down this. Well, it's not a rabbit hole, really, but I wanted to understand the Moorish Treaty. So that's where all of this came from. And the reason the Moors have treaties with the United States goes back to early international diplomacy, trade, and protection of sovereignty, not to modern movements or claims of automatic citizenship, though. Now, who are the Moors? Historically, Moors referred to North African Muslim states and peoples, especially those connected to Morocco. And I may say some of these names wrong because I may just pronounce them wrong. Algiers, Tunis, Tripoli, they were recognized sovereign nations, not a single race or modern identity group. Now, why did the U.S. need treaties with the Moorish states? Well, after the American Revolution, the United States was no longer protected by Britain. They needed safe passage for ships. They needed to prevent seizure of sailors and cargo in the Mediterranean. So North African powers controlled key sea routes and ports. Treaties were necessary for trade and peace, for them to move about and trade with these people. So the Moroccan-American Treaty of Friendship was the first country. Morocco was the first country to recognize the United States, and the treaty established peace and commerce. It protected U.S. ships, and it defined how citizens would be treated in each nation. So this treaty is still recognized today, making it the longest unbroken treaty in U.S. history.
That's
What y'all got to say about that?
oh,
Cause I'm a unpack. I got a lot of stuff to bring out, but I still like want to have that conversation, not just be like, oh, information. You know what I'm saying? So I am. If you're a guest, you want to come up, you can come up and we can have a conversation. It's not just gonna be like, oh, I'm just gonna give out all this information and we're not gonna talk about it. Haley, I know you want to chime.
yeah, because one mind, one body. I know for a fact they carry cards like like Social Security cards and they signature. Cause in the card let me find it right quick.
This is where you have a lot of people getting into the sovereign citizen talk, the what does it call it? The national IDs and all of that stuff. The Moors and the Moorish Treaty in the United States. These are, I got a feeling they introduced all this stuff about what is it called? The coupon vouchers and paying your bills. Your bills are actually coupon vouchers and all of that stuff. This is a lot of the Moorish Treaty talk, if that makes sense, y'all.
Okay, I think I found one of them. It says in the card, it says, "This is your nationality and identification card for the Moorish Science Temple of America, and the birthright for the Moorish Americans, etc. We honor all the divine prophets, Jesus, Muhammad, Buddha, and..."
Oh boy.
Wait a
Yes,
minute
ma'am.
now. I wasn't ready for that. What?
It say, "May the blessings of the God of our Father Allah be upon you that carry this card. I do hereby declare that you are a Muslim. I don't know how to say that. Moslem, under the divine law of the Holy Quran of Mecca, Love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. I am a citizen of the U.S.
What the hell?
Yes, ma'am.
Y'all, this just made me think about a guest that came up and they was talking about how the Muslim community will never accept a king like Tuedros. That's why. This is why, y'all. Oh my goodness. The Moors were the Muslims, y'all. This was the fight amongst the African people when they started believing their own ways and going against God. This is why Tuedros was against the Muslim people. They went against God. They didn't understand that the Muslim faith, this is why Judaism, the Muslim faith, and Christianity mirror each other. It's the same people. It's the same people. They wanted to separate from each other because there was a king. And when you have a group of people that have their own ideas and they want to go their own way, they take some of the truth and it mix with their own ideas. So this is why you have Muslim people today that don't understand that submitting to God in the Muslim faith is the same submitting to God in the Christian faith is the same submitting to God in the Judaism faith, which is all the same because they're descended from the same original African people and biblical kingdoms. Now, that card that she just read is very interesting because it's introducing all these different ideas about God. And it also explains why Ethiopia was the last biblical kingdom standing, because Ethiopia, they were the last to go against God, basically, and they were actually forced to go against God because everybody around them was working with the enemy that was against God. Damn. Queen B. Gotta guess. Queen B. So, yeah, that's interesting. That's very interesting. So what did these treaties actually do and not do? So what it does is it acknowledges Morocco as a sovereign nation, it governs international relations and trade, and it protects citizens of each country when in the other country. What it does not do, it does not grant automatic Moorish nationality to people in the US. That's not an automatic thing. I guess you have to apply for it. It does not exempt individuals from US law, and it does not give special legal status because of ancestry alone. So treaties apply between governments, not as personal sovereignty tools, because sovereignty is about government. If you're not talking about spiritual sovereignty, sovereignty is about order and government. So if you're under a government, you can claim that sovereignty under that government. That's why we as Black people and the African people spread it abroad don't have a government. We the only ones don't have our own nation, y'all.
That's why they call us the golden goose.
They know that for you to claim reparations, you have to be in order. You have to have a body, a governing body that speaks for your people. That's why we don't have reparations, because we can't get in order. We can't come together and unite as one with one leader that says, I have a plan and this is what we're going to do. And then we come to the round table and discuss the plan. And then if we need to make changes to the plan, we make it as a group. That's what a government does. That's what a governing body does to protect its people. And we can't get in line because we all over the damn place. We claiming this, we claiming that. We want to be this, we want to be everything but united.
We're going to do it anyway, whether they want it or not. They'll come along. Some
Yeah,
will,
get with
some
it or
will,
lay
some won't.
down. That's
They
how it's
know,
gonna be.
they
It's gonna
know
be just like it
already.
is, Brother Clinton. We've been saying these things about Ethiopia and Africa for the longest. Y'all, you've been saying it way longer than all of us been saying it. And guess what? The people now that are saying it, they're only saying it because it's popular. It's that everybody else is saying it. They jumping on the bandwagon.
Because they know they can't win. They can't help but jump on the bandwagon. They know it. We ain't just saying something just to be saying it. God and Christ was on earth and they changing things. They shaking things up. They telling the truth. And the truth hurts. People don't want to hear the truth.
The
They want
only
to hold on
thing,
to the lie.
the only
That's
thing
what the
that
book say.
divides the 144, the saints, the people that will be walking with Christ, not imagining Christ, is that spark. There are some people operating in ego, and those that actually prove that God is real, they're operating in what that spark. They don't operate in ego. That's the difference between the chosen and people that are claiming to be chosen. Y'all operate in
We
ego.
were,
That's why you can't hear the
we were
truth
chosen for
and
the
accept it.
foundation of the world. I didn't know nothing about none of this. But God did. He chose me. But he had me to go through the lie first. Now after I got the lie, now I got the truth. Now which one I'm gonna accept? Well, he sent the son to reveal some stuff that I never heard. So I listened. I didn't do like some of them, rejected. Oh no, you a man. You ain't God. No, I ain't do that. Because the way he spoke told me that he was God in the flesh.
Oh, we had a guest. I'm sorry. I didn't even give her a chance to speak her thought.
Yeah, he was God in the flesh. They said he was gonna come as a man. But y'all so busy reading
So
the
you can come
letter
back
that
up,
y'all forget. Yeah,
Queen
y'all
B. I'm gonna send
forget.
you.
Y'all were reading so busy reading the letter to say Christ was gonna come as a man.
Yep. The truth connects the dots, y'all. The truth will connect all dots.
But it's funny, don't nobody want the facts. It's
No,
like
they
the
don't want
facts are there. It's plain. It's right
The facts
there,
are
and
right
nobody
there.
wants to acknowledge
They in
it
plain
because
sight.
they scared of what's gonna happen next when there's no reason to be scared.
Mm-hmm.
even reading in the book it said the whole he give us all this, and then in the middle of the book it said the whole world has been deceived. Wait a minute, has been. All,
It sounds
all
past
the
tense to me.
all the pastors have been through all that. Okay, they read Revelation and say the book is sealed. Nobody in the earth, under the earth. Come on now.
Mm-hmm.
And they just go right on. And, well,
Ignore what's right in
no.
their face.
Right? That's why they going to pay.
And it's funny that you said it says the whole world has been deceived. Hell, that's the
That's
only
what,
thing that says something done happened in the past, but don't nobody want to see that.
Exactly. Exactly.
Don't nobody want to recognize that though.
that means put the book down.
Leave it alone.
Yeah. Get baptized in people. In the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Don't know none of them.
Yes, y'all, that's
I
crazy.
went through it, I know. I ain't like none of it. What I'm going down in the water for?
Drowning.
That's
It's
that's going
crazy how they using all of these things, and it all connects to the truth.
because they read God's
But
mail and got the wrong impression. They use their own vain imagination. That's why we all messed up. Because we follow our own mind.
think
God didn't
about the
want us to
whole
follow our own
baptizing
mind.
thing. when they dump you in the water.
Yeah.
That's the same, y'all. It's the same metaphor as drowning, walking on water. Them dumping you under. Hold on. Them dumping you underwater when they baptize you in the church, and then them bringing you up out of the water like a metaphorically saving you from something. When they really are the ones drowning you, they drowning you and saving you.
Man, because if that water worked, ain't no way you'd be doing the same thing.
Y'all, come on,
Come
man.
on now. I'm be tired.
God showing us.
Just looking
God
at it
showing-
like totally metaphorically, like that's crazy that
But-
they
but
dump
God
you in the
used
water
us and
saying they
showing-
baptize you,
God showing us that we don't know. We
and y'all
never
drowning in
knew.
information.
We never knew. Everybody talk about, well, I know. No, you don't, because I didn't. So how you gonna know for me? I was
All right.
willing to listen to somebody gonna tell the truth. I was. Because they got tired of lies. You do the same thing every Sunday. I was so good at I can memorize what the pastor gonna say before it even come out of his mouth.
Yeah. Now, y'all, why the treaties mattered? Let's talk about why the treaties mattered. Africans were recognized Africans were recognized nation states, not stateless, because of these treaties. The U.S. depended on African diplomacy, and Black African citizens were engaged in global law and trade. So that part of history was later minimized or erased in mainstream education, though. They didn't teach us any of this in school, because if they taught us anything about the Moorish Treaty in school, then they would have to recognize Africa as
That's why they.
an empire. They would have to recognize the kings. They would have had to tell us about these people that were still sitting on thrones at that time. They couldn't teach this in school. It would have destroyed the whole lie. So that's why
They
we didn't
know
learn
that.
about this in school. I don't know. Did y'all learn about treaties at all in school? Because I don't remember learning about treaties in school.
I had learned some of it, what they wanted me to know. The rest of it, they ain't tell us nothing about no morals. They'll mention a little bit of something about them, but not deeper like we doing.
Nah, they didn't go deep about it. Because they knew our minds was gonna wonder, like, what? But we got that light-skinned Pharaoh on that, what is it? The history books. That's
Yeah. And even using the word wonder, y'all, that's why they making the nomad lifestyle illegal. Because when our minds start to wonder and we have free time to actually quiet our minds and think, that's when you start to remember who you are in your natural state. That's why they make homelessness, the nomad, where you know, the people that living in their cars and all that stuff. That's why they make that illegal. They don't want you to ever have a quiet mind. And if you become a nomad, then more than likely, if you're living in your car and you traveling and you going from city to city, you're spending a lot of time alone, and you're spending a lot of time thinking. Thinking opens the door to wondering, and wondering opens the door to questioning things. And you should not be questioning your reality.
That's right.
Y'all, if you really just sit back and think about this stuff in a real sense, the truth opens the door to all truth. And you see everything in plain sight. Why they want these things, like have anybody ever thought, like, why they don't want people living on the street? Like, what? Why is that y'all? Why y'all making it y'all business? What does that have to do with anybody? Them people ain't hurt nobody by becoming a nomad and living in their cars and They're not committing crimes. They're not bothering nobody. Why has anybody ever wondered, like, why would they make that illegal?
Because they want to control you. That's why.
Yep, it's crazy. So, here are some common confusions. Some modern groups, like I was just talking about earlier, they blur the lines. They blur the facts. Historical Moorish nations, they blur modern U.S. constitutional law, and they blur personal identity or spiritual lineage. Legally speaking, identity does not equal nationality, and nationality does not equal jurisdiction. Courts recognize citizenship and domicile, not historical treaties, as personal exemptions. So the bottom line is the Moors, they had treaties with the U.S. because they were recognized sovereign powers controlling vital trade routes. And the young U.S. needed peace, protection, and commerce. So the treaties are real and they are important historically, but they are not a loophole for modern legal immunity. That's why we don't have no reparations through the Moorish Treaty. Because if the Moorish Treaty was that strong, we would have reparations by now through this treaty, just like everybody else.
No, they
We
giving
don't.
it to them fake Jewish people. They getting our money. That's who getting it.
You hitting the nail on the head.
You right, bro. You sure right.
You hitting the nail on the head. So, then I understood that the Moors and the Ethiopians were once the same people, but to put it into words, of course, I had to dig and get some stuff that I could use as facts. I didn't want to just voice my opinion. So, the Moors and the Ethiopians were related by continent in ancient history, but not the same political bodies. See how politics divided us? But they weren't divided at first. So the Moors in U.S. and European treaty language refers mainly to North African Muslim states, especially Morocco, Algiers, Tunis, and Tripoli. These are Mediterranean-facing seafaring powers, heavily involved in naval trade, diplomacy, and corsairing, whatever that means. And Ethiopia, or Abyssinia, is an ancient inland and Red Sea connected empire, Christian monarchy with its own imperial system. Did y'all hear that? Ethiopia had its own Christian monarchy and its own imperial system. So it oriented more toward East Africa, the Horn of Africa, Arabia, and the Indian Ocean, not a Mediterranean naval power in the 1700s. So while both traced to ancient African civilizations, they were not treated as the same people in international law. We got that clear? Because I don't think people really just breaking this down. Like, yeah, they were the same, but they were divided by man-made things, beliefs in politics and laws created by man. So why the U.S. made treaties with the Moorish states? Well, treaties were not about race, origin, or biblical lineage. That's interesting. They were about control. Let me say that again. Treaties were not about race, origin, or biblical lineage. They were about control. The U.S. signed treaties with Moorish states because they controlled Mediterranean sea lines. They had the power to seize ships and sailors. They could grant or deny safe passage, and they operated under Islamic maritime law, which required treaties with non-Muslim nations.
Hey, good morning.
Listen to that. So the U.S. needed those treaties to survive as a trading nation.
Why are we hooting and hollering on here? Why aren't you at work?
That's it. See, that's the problem with y'all.
What do you mean,
I am
y'all?
at work. This
What do
is
you mean,
my
y'all?
job.
What do you mean, y'all?
This is y'all that's talking about work, 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 work,
Yeah,
work, work,
I'm a
work. So you have
physician.
no time to
I
think.
put in 80 hours. You can't work 20?
Oh,
You
poor
can't work
thing.
20?
You can't
Lazy.
think. You have
Lazy.
no time to actually be who you are because you have been assigned a character role by your peers.
You're so lazy. You're lazy. That's the
Yeah, I
problem with America.
know. And I
So
love
many
it.
lazy niggers on here. I get these
Oh,
niggers to work.
poor
Wow.
thing. He's so
You're not a
To
distraught.
work.
You're not a
Lazy
doctor.
niggers.
I
Oh,
would
you
allow
better
it.
work.
Yeah. Mm-mm.
You better get to work. You better get to work and not think. Don't you dare use your brain. Don't you dare go for those dreams of yours. You better work those damn 80 hours a week. So your motherfucking ass can't do anything but work tomorrow and get ready for work the next day.
Exhausted.
Don't y'all understand the program?
80 hours?
He sound like a MPC. And that's where we're going to go in this conversation after we talk about the Ethiopian Moors. We're going to go to these handlers in our communities that didn't want to be dreamers. They didn't want us to seek our path that aligned with our destiny and who we truly should be. They wanted us to be workers. You better fucking work. And you better keep fucking working until it's time to retire, until you can't work no more, and it's time to die.
At 62.
Y'all don't get the program?
Mm.
Schools are not meant to make your children chase their dreams and become what God created them to be. Schools are meant to program your children to be workers so that people like that can be in charge of them and make sure that they get all their hours in. So they never have time to think about their dreams.
Facts.
These are our handlers in our community. And I wasn't going to go there, but I'm going to go there because your handlers are your Eastern Stars. Your handlers are your freaking Masons. Your handlers are your sororities, your fraternities, even your fucking Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts. All handlers to get your children from a small age to want this system and the program. I'm at work. It's work. Y'all ready to work? Y'all don't understand this is how I know y'all don't understand the book of Job. It's not Job. He had a job to do. That's why God said, test my servant Job. Let's see if he do my job or he do the system's job. What did Job do? He gave up everything and he went to work for God. I am at work doing my job. Okay? I'm not a slave to a system anymore. I woke up and got out of the MPC form and became a programmer. See, the saints, the 144,000, they will be on a frequency of what is metaphorically a programmer in a game. And then the Tron movie, if you ain't seen that Tron movie, go watch it. You'll understand. We're not playing with y'all. I'm on a damn job. We doing our job. Waking up our people is the job. And it's time to go to work. And what's wrong with these folks?
They
What is wrong
program.
with y'all?
We
What's wrong with
indoctrinated.
them?
We indoctrinated. We've been indoctrinated. I was told I ain't have no job. If a man don't work, he don't eat. But y'all don't understand what y'all reading God's word and y'all don't even know what he talking about. He ain't talking about literally eating.
Exactly. Exactly. This is why I just said it. They don't want. This is why the nomad lifestyle and the homeless lifestyle and all of these things that give you time to think and quiet your mind is becoming illegal. I just watched a movie called, dang, what's that movie? The Runner. It's called The Runner. That guy, creepy. That guy that just came up, pulled straight out of that movie, The Runner. Running Man, that's what it's called. That is exactly what just happened to us. If you seen that movie Running Man, bro, that shit is literally our life. They want us to work. And anybody that has a mind of their own, a mind to create, a mind to change this system into something better, you are a problem. You are a divergent. You are a rebel. They done even made the word liberal something bad. Don't y'all know that means freedom? You don't want to be free to think, to just be free? How did they create a word? How did they make liberal something bad? Now people ask you, are you a liberal? It's like a disease or something, when it really just means freedom. We brainwashed and programmed in this. The saints, the 144,000, the people that will be walking with Christ, they would be on a different frequency. So the people that can't comprehend, you really truly are NPCs. And you have been programmed. And you so programmed, it's kind of like Stockholm syndrome. You love your programmer and you love your program. And you don't want to come up out of it.
They ain't gonna have no choice but to come out of it, because when Christ was risen up, they gonna have to come out of it. Then they gonna really be sure who they really were. They ain't never know. Brother, I told them, you don't know. You never knew. And you need to listen to somebody that's gonna give you the truth. Mm-hmm. Now, if you reject Christ, you rejecting the one that sent him, because he was just like you. He worked and everything else. He had 3 businesses. He was doing well for himself. Mm-hmm. But God kept showing up, giving them different things, letting them know that you the one that's going to lead your people out of this darkness that they in. And you're going to give them the truth.
Y'all
now,
know
they
people
not going to accept it. They're going to reject it. Just like the book say, the book is a script, y'all. It's a script, a movie script. Mm-hmm. That's got to be acted and carried out.
Right.
I've been saying that from the beginning. Movie script, scripture, script.
Brother said Christianity is a story, and he also said something about the 144 aren't people. Correct. If the 144 has a deeper meaning, it has a spiritual meaning, and you're correct. It's not people in a literal sense, but those people will be on a certain frequency. But the 144,000 does have a deeper meaning. Christianity is a story, but every story has a truth. It came from something. It's not just made up. So every story has an origin, So where was I at? Now, Ethiopia. Why Ethiopia did not receive a similar treaty? Ethiopia didn't receive an early treaty because there was no direct maritime threat or leverage. Ethiopia did not control the Mediterranean. It wasn't intercepting U.S. ships, and it had no reason to negotiate protection or tribute. So, different trade route. U.S. trade focused on Atlantic, Mediterranean. Ethiopian's trade sphere was the Red Sea, Arabian Peninsula, and Indian Ocean, and Ottoman-controlled corridors. So there was no diplomatic necessity at the time. Treaties happen when, if we don't make peace, our people or property are in danger, right? So at this time, the treaty wasn't necessary. And honestly, and this is just my opinion, I don't think they wanted a treaty with Ethiopian people. I think they wanted Ethiopian people, and they took them. I don't think they wanted to rule over him. So no, there was no treaty necessary. So that condition did not exist with Ethiopia in the 18th century. So important points most people miss are treaties. Treaties are reactive, not honorary. The U.S. didn't issue treaties because a nation was ancient, a people were powerful historically, or a civilization was respected spiritually. They issued these treaties because someone could stop their ass and their ships. So they had to come into agreement so they can do their business. And someone could imprison their sailors if they didn't get permission to go there. And someone could disrupt their commerce. So the Moors had the leverage. Ethiopia did not, at least not over U.S. interests at that time. Y'all get it? I think we're getting somewhere. Why certain people got treaties and certain didn't? Because they were able to make agreements with the U.S. This is why Ethiopia was the last biblical kingdom standing, because they didn't want to make agreements with people that they shouldn't make agreements with. I found, I went down a rabbit hole after I said something about the sky people. And the sky people led me to the Canaanites or the Samaritans or the Canaanites. And that led me to something in the Bible that said that you're not supposed to be doing business with these people. So why were they doing business with people that they shouldn't have even been doing business with in the first place? If they were biblical people, they knew that there were certain people that they shouldn't do business with. I'm sure that was still in the Bible back then. Well, it might not have been Bible, but it was in those written ancient texts that you shouldn't do business with certain people.
It was in them scrolls. That's what it was in.
Yeah. So I'm like, wait a minute. And now it's just making so much sense to why Ethiopia, Abyssinia, was the last biblical kingdom standing. That's why. They didn't want to go against God. They didn't want to do business with shady people. They listened to that spark. And the Europeans didn't like the fact that these people really did have that spark and they weren't trying to let it go. That's the obsession today with these same people, the descendants of those people. If you quiet your mind, you're going to connect to that spark too. They can't have that. Because if that happens, then you got people like me that don't want to go to work. All they want to do is sit up and talk about things that wake other people up.
They'll come up with a plan to keep us from leaving, but we're leaving.
Y'all, it's funny, but it's sad. You got to laugh to keep from crying. Because what?
The truth
will connect the dots on why they want us to be at work all day, why they want us watching TV all day, why they want us to listen to this bullshit music all day, why they giving us things that destroy our minds instead of increase our abilities. Why? Why do they have the same cereal box in Germany, in the United States, with two different types of ingredients? In the United States, they add poison to our food, but the same company creates that same product for Germany. They don't put the poison in it. That's not by accident. That's by design. And this is not the only place that it happens. Let's take Starbucks, for example. Starbucks in the United States uses ingredients that are harmful to the body. Only in the United States, though. In other places where Starbucks exists, they don't use those ingredients. Why?
Because we targeted. They want to get us out the way. They want to eliminate us. That's why.
These are things like, why? What's the difference? I don't know. That's just something to think about.
You won't bring no American foods over in them foreign countries. They reject it.
You sure can't. You sure can't. Damn. just found out that you can't feed dogs chocolate. I wonder why.
Ooh. Chocolate or grapes?
I wonder why.
Well, chocolate,
That's crazy.
Everybody ain't equipped for it.
The reason I ask, because if you travel abroad, you'll notice that I know in Jamaica, like, they don't have candy and all. They don't have that shit over there. They don't have all that stuff. When I visited Jamaica, it was a while ago. I think my son is 22 now. It was right after I had him. My cousin was married to a Jamaican, and they used to ship snacks over there. They didn't have that stuff over there. So I'm like, why do we have so much harmful things here?
Because they're trying to get rid of us, I told you.
And
they know.
I think this is the place where a lot of African descendants or African people settled. They were here prior to slavery, prior to the European settling in the States. It was African people already here, y'all. So I'm just like, why are they trying to destroy us?
Because they want to rule
through the entertainment. It's really sickening. And that alone should be enough for us to unite and to let all these titles go. For real. So why it becomes confusing today is because modern confusion happens when people assume. They assume treaties equal highest recognition. No treaty equals erased or excluded, when in reality, treaty equals intersection of interests, not shared ancestry. So it's just, they just had a common interest. That's it. They didn't have a common interest with Ethiopian people. They wasn't ready. The Ethiopians, they didn't want to bow down to them. So the bottom line, Moors and Ethiopians were not the same political entities. The U.S. made treaties with Mediterranean Moorish states because it had to. Ethiopia did not receive one because the U.S. had no strategic need to negotiate with Abyssinia. This says more about trade routes and naval power than about identity or who's worth this and who's not worth that. So
they wanted to control the ports, just like what's going on in Israel. They want to control that port too.
Yep. It's all about control, y'all. It is all about control.
And Israel ain't the real Israel. That's what people need to know. They're talking about Jewish. If it got East on it, it ain't real. It's fake. And then Joe Biden, he even said, we got to create Israel if we want to survive. That's what it said.
Mm-hmm. And let's not get it twisted. If you can't talk about your true historical roots and what actually happened, that is anti-Kemetism, okay? Anti-Kemetism, however it's pronounced. Just like they say is anti-Semitic, which is really crazy, because even talking about African history in a negative way is anti-Semitic. So both. So we shouldn't be on these platforms being afraid to talk about what really happened, who's really who, and who's really not who. That's the facts. Those are facts. That Israel, the state of Israel, was created in 1948, but the people Israel existed long before that was created. Israel existed long before the state of Israel was created, y'all. That's a fact. And the state of Israel also recognizes that as a fact.
Yep.
This is why they even accepted Beta Israel Ethiopian people, talking about they were one of the 10 lost tribes. It's a fact. But even this, what I just read, was about the Morris Treaty and the U.S. saying that they didn't have a reason to make treaties with the Ethiopian people. It all lines up with the truth, y'all. They wanted to conquer the last biblical kingdom standing because they wasn't bowing down. They didn't want to make treaties and agreements with people that they weren't supposed to be doing business with in the first place. And that's another reason why. Oh, hold on, my phone about to go dead, y'all. If it go dead, I'm sure it'll. Oh.
I see what people don't fail to realize is God calling all the shots. He calling all the shots. Everything happening is happening because of him. Everything happening is happening because of him. People can't fathom. And he talking about, well, he ain't got no power. He got power. He got the Father. He got the power from the Father. So he does. He even went back and digged up all our past. He digged up how we got where we are, who, what, where, why, and how. He told us all that. How we got where we are. Who was responsible. All that. He told us all that to get to where we are now. But we had to find out who did what and why they did it. Now we know. Whitewashing everything. That's to cover up. And put themselves in control. They did do that. But the first gonna be last and the last gonna be first. We last now, we gonna be first. But God gotta redeem us. He had redeemed us from being last to first. Cause we got to have the truth. We ain't have no truth. We got all these pastors lying. Lie every day. They still lying. They ain't stopped lying. They lying now. But they're being used to lie. They don't realize it. They don't know the truth. I'm thinking about going New Year's Eve to tell the church that God in Christ is on earth and he in the flesh, and see how they gonna react. They gonna think I'm lost my mind.
Yeah. They can't fathom it happening.
I know they can't. Because they read God's mail and they got the wrong impression of what he talking about. All the people on TikTok, most of them, they on there every day reading. They don't know what they're reading, though. I go in there and tell them that they don't know what they're reading. It's not like that. They kick me off. But I know. They don't know. I've been knowing. After I got with Christ, God gave me a chance to correct myself. He knew I ain't like the lie. He knew. I'm going to send you my son. I'm going to see if you're going to listen to him. First day I jumped on the bandwagon. First day when I listened to him. That night I came and joined up. He told me to sign the petition. I did that. And went and checked what the petition was really all about. But he going to suffer rejection, humiliation, and all that, but God going to raise him up. He started out with a small amount. Now he got thousands. And still climbing. Because he got the truth. He the highest God man with the God spirit. That's what people don't have. They got to get with him to get it. But they got to listen. They got to drop the lie and listen to the truth. They got to. Or else they'll be lost forever. They indoctrinate us. They program us. They lied to us. They deceived us. But we got a chance to get the truth. And just drop the lie and listen. First started out.
We back. I can't believe it saved it, y'all. My battery, my phone powered off.
Yes, sir. That sure is.
Saved it. Okay.
I forgot. I mean, time be going by fast.
That's okay, y'all. We're gonna get back into it. I'm gonna let me find a longer cord.
Ain't gonna be no more time pretty soon.
Time was created to keep you from quieting your mind. Because you're always thinking about what you got to do, what you got to be on time for, where you got to be, how you got to dress to get there, and what car you're going to drive, what shoes you're going to wear, how you're going to do your hair.
What you gonna eat?
No more.
Then you get there, you like, dang, how long I got till I get home?
Yeah.
No
y'all
more.
gotta understand, we live in an engineered system that was created a certain way on purpose so that you will never have time to think. You will never have time to quiet your mind and connect to that spark.
Just be.
That's why it's called. That's why it's called the Matrix.
Yeah.
We run around just like them rats. We run around. We go like a maze. We run around and we get in the hole. We gotta figure our way out.
We gotta figure out a way out, y'all.
When you shouldn't have to figure the way out. That's the whole.
And then it's like the whole, it's just a circle. That's the figuring it out. You're not gonna figure it out. That's why they got you in a loop with the holidays. The calendar is a loop. You're in a loop. Every year you're celebrating the same things. You're doing the same things. You're waiting on the same holidays to come back around. The birthdays, the holidays, the job celebrations, the promotions, the this, the that. It's a loop. And that shit goes the same way every single year. And you never, ever quiet your mind enough to think about nothing else.
That's right.
Yeah, everybody is thinking about what they're going to get for Christmas in February. How you going to have time to figure out how to get the hell up out of here?
Right.
They don't want to go. They're stuck. That's all.
They keep you so busy that you never have time to quiet your mind and think about stuff like this. Like why they want these people, why they want us to think these is different people, different. Why? When they all descend from the same original African people. because they want you to be divided by things that don't really matter, so that you won't unite because of things that matter. It's that simple. Peace, family. We got brother from Ethiopia in the comments. Peace, family. Yeah, we have to wake up and start seeing things for what they are, not just for what we've been taught they are. Okay? It's that simple. Now I gotta go get a longer cord, y'all, because this one ain't gonna work.
Thank God for Christ. Thank God.
Thank God for Christ.
God said, I got this. He told me I got this. I got this. I got you and I got this. You'll be all right. Just hang in there. I'm going to send you my son just like he did. He told all the others. And I'm going to see if you can accept him. Because he going to tell you stuff you ain't never heard. And he did. And I accepted it. And started spreading it as soon as I heard it. And everything he went through, I went through it. Because they didn't like what I was saying. Especially on Bigo. And I'm still running some of the same people. They follow me around listening to me. Telling us I'm in a cult. You know what a cult is? A cult is something that's deceptive to draw people in. We ain't in no cult. We getting the truth. We've been chosen by God. Before the foundation of the world, we were chosen. We had to go through certain things to get to the point where we are. We didn't get there just overnight. I went through all kinds of stuff. But I made it.
Let's see if this works.
Because I made it my business to listen. I heard the lies. I've been in the lies. I've been on both sides. I'm in the lies and now I'm in the truth.
That's the whole beauty.
And I can tell the difference between both.
I think that's the part people don't understand about a Christ figure or a Christ walking among you. He been through the same thing you've been through. So, all right.
That's what God chose. So he can tell you. Man, you going to come up and you going to tell God, you don't know what you talking about. You know. How you going to know before the Son? God going to tell the Son before he going to tell you. But see, you read the letter, and you got the wrong impression of what the letter's saying. And the letter ain't talking to you. It's talking to the Son. For when he is created, then he'll know what to do.
All right. Now, okay, I'm back. All right, y'all. Then I wanted to, like I said, I wanted to know how these people were the same, and how I can put it into words for people that don't understand how they are the same. So that's what this is about, connecting the dots for the people that do not understand how these people can be the same. How can there be a group of people that look like me say, well, we were here first. We came to America first. This explains why they were here first. This explains how they were here first. It explains it, y'all. They were here and they made treaties with the U.S. So it doesn't mean that they weren't somewhere else first as well. I mean, that's That's as simple as I can put it. So I then researched, were these the same people? So I was saying that they were the same people ethnically, ancestrally, and historically, and I understood that they weren't the same people politically, but I needed to put it in the words so I can, you know what I'm saying, give it to y'all on a small plate. You know, the babies eat on a small plate. They eat a little bit at a time.
Spoon feed.
So, huh?
Brother
So
said spoon feed.
yeah. So in the ancient world, Ethiopia did not mean Ethiopia only, y'all. So in Greek and Roman and biblical usage, Ethiopian, and it's spelled different, AITHIOPS. That was a different way of spelling it. It literally meant burnt face people. And I think we've talked about that as well. I know y'all, you done said that plenty of times. So
Oh yeah.
the Abyssinian Ethiopians also spell Ethiops,
Yeah.
AITHIOPS. That's my first time seeing that. Where it referred broadly to dark-skinned Africans, not a nation state. This included people across the Nile Valley, Nubia / Kush, the Horn of Africa, North Africa, before later invasions and mixing. So originally, Ethiopian meant Black African peoples south of Mediterranean world. The Moors were originally Black Africans. Before later Arabization, so I'm assuming that just talking about Arabs, Arabia or something like that. Before Arabization and European reclassification. So Arabs and Europeans reclassified Moors. So the Moors were indigenous North Africans, descendants of ancient Nile, Saharian, and Cushitic peoples, described by Europeans themselves as Black, dark, Ethiopian-like. Early sources often interchanged Moor, Ethiopian, and Nubian, not because they were confused, but because they recognized shared ancestry. So what caused the separation in names? 3 major forces. Geography, Horn of Africa population stayed closer to Red Sea, Arabia, Indian Ocean. North Africans stayed closer to Mediterranean and Europe. Same roots, different directions. So the Horn of Africa, the language shifts was the Cushitic and Semitic African language was Ge'ez, Amharic, and Oromo. In North Africa, it was Berber and later Arab. Oh, y'all, I be getting tongue-tied. Arabic overlays. So the language didn't equal ancestry, but it changes identity labels. So this kind of reminds me of the Bible story about the languages, and they was trying to study God with the science, the more science. That's not coincidental, y'all. They wanted to study God. And then this
And you can't study God though.
This is crazy.
And people don't get that. You can't
sounds like the
study
whole
God. How
Bible
you
story,
gonna
y'all.
study spirit? How you gonna study spirit? You can't study spirit.
But what I just read, don't it sound like the Bible story of them trying to build a tower to the heavens? So this sounds just like it. So the language split. They started speaking different languages.
Then the process
They
of
started
building
speaking different languages, y'all. They weren't on the same one mind, one God, one sound. And that just really reminded me of that Bible story. And then it says, so over centuries, same ancestral tree, different branches. Wow. They just branched out. That's it.
Yeah.
Wow. That's the truth is going to connect.
I told y'all this is a movie script. It's being acted out. And
Mhm.
everybody playing a part in it.
And they
Everybody.
knew
The whole
they knew it was
world.
a script. They knew that somebody would have to come and actually fulfill what was written. And so they played with our minds and made movies about it.
Yep. So it did.
And they still continuing to do that.
Yep.
Which is, yeah. Y'all, that's crazy.
They got a movie finna come out where they the last straw is
These
they
pigs
gonna try to
been
keep us from leaving. They gonna
more than
pass the
welcome to come
treaty
up
where
if
we
you like.
can't leave.
Y'all make sure y'all repost the live, share the live, tap the screen. This the type of information that our people need to hear. No, the whole world needs to understand the truth. They need to hear the truth. They don't need to hear our divided opinions about what the truth is. They need to hear the truth. And the truth unites us. I don't care how you love it or not. The truth unites us. Division, that's us telling our own stories in our own ways. He said I'm muted.
Brother, it might be on your end.
Yeah. I don't know. Y'all can hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I lost my thought. But yeah.
God's people gonna be against whatever God against, and the lies.
Oh yeah, we're against the lie. We done heard enough of them. They can't. They. Man, every time I hear them Hebrew Israelites, stop lying. Y'all lying on God. Y'all
Stop
don't know
lying.
what y'all lying on. How y'all
Lies
gonna
divide,
know?
y'all. The truth unites. The truth is gonna bring us together. And anybody mad at the truth, you the problem. You the problem. You are the problem. You are a handler and you a problem. If you let's balance it out, because not everybody that's a Mason is a bad person. Not everybody that's an Eastern Star is a bad person. Just because you're a part of these organizations don't make you a bad person. These things didn't start out bad, y'all. They started out as community leaders. They were supposed to do good in the community, but when you have people that are not aligned with righteous thought, they're not connected, they don't have that spark. They operating in ego, power trips. This is when you start having people that goes against the community because they on a power trip and they got ego and not spark. That spark is God. That ego, that's you and only you and what you want and what you think is right. Your opinions, your family, your people. I'm going to make sure these people get ahead and these people don't. That's when the problem came in. The problem wasn't the system that we created in our community. It was the people that came into the system, just like in Africa and Ethiopia. Well, not Africa and Ethiopia, just like in Africa. Africa was divided because they weren't united. They started fighting amongst each other. In our communities, we were divided because the organizations that were placed in our communities to help the community thrive became the problem in the damn community because of greed, money, and power trips and their egos. Now you got a group of community leaders that's assigning roles, making people go in directions instead of chasing their dreams, aligning with the system instead of aligning with God, making sure their family prospers and nobody else in the community prospers. So they became a problem. Now they're not community leaders, they handlers. I know I said a lot. But I hope y'all got it, because that's the problem. If you got a problem with the truth and you know it's the truth, because these things you can't just ignore this and say, oh, that's not true.
It is true. It's the truth. And if you got a problem with it, then you are a part of the problem. You got a problem. There's something wrong with you. You're wicked. Y'all, I know it's shocking to some people, but not everybody wants change. Some people want this to stay exactly the way it is because they are those handlers and they family ain't suffering. Their families are okay. Not everybody wants change, y'all, because not everybody is suffering.
Exactly. People think that they can go just because you can go choose what car you want to drive, what job you work, that you're not suffering. But at the same time, we all going through the same thing, just on a different scale, maybe. It may not be at your front door, but it's at your front door. Like,
You know, we got money and we don't need to be working. We got money to take care of us the rest of our life, but they using it.
They using it.
Yeah.
they
They're
say
using
the very
it,
people who keeping up the lie.
and they're
We
giving it.
millionaires.
Exactly. They're giving it to the individuals that will keep up their facade. If they ever
I'm not
gave it
gonna.
to the people that they were supposed to be giving it to and not the people that they created to give it to, then their whole system would crash. It would be done for.
They know it. That's why they fighting. They
Oh,
know
and
it.
yeah. And all of these rappers that's all of a sudden coming out saying, F the streets. They ain't with all that street stuff no more.
Man,
Come on over here.
That's all right.
Come on over here so we can unite our people under one accord, under the truth, under things that make sense. Get them out of this strong delusion. Because they know the truth. And it ain't no coincidence about they ain't with the street stuff no more.
Well, it's like
They
Cat
know.
Williams say. It's like Cat Williams say. They know the lie they told. They know
Yeah.
where to look. They know where to look. They tell you to look here, and they looking for where the truth is. They know the truth. That's
They
why.
know the truth. And they are just regular day people just like us, so you don't think they watching? I don't know what y'all be thinking. When people become celebrities, they just don't become, they not people no more. They once lived right in your neighborhood, went to school with you, ate right next to you at the damn lunch table, but all of a sudden they become famous and you don't think they be watching your ass?
They know more. They know more than you know.
I guarantee you these people watching Yaju for sure. They watching.
yeah.
Just because you don't see them pop up, their names pop up on your screen don't mean they ain't watching.
They watch.
Oh, they watching.
When we get ready to make our move, they gonna be right with us. Watch. Just watch.
Nothing is coincidental, y'all. Nothing is coincidental. And they ain't calling them stars for nothing. They got you looking up in the sky talking about some stars and something coming out the sky, but then they got influencers, entertainers on your TV screen calling them stars, and they're influencing you. Well, what you think Christ is? The star that's supposed to influence you to wake the hell up.
Right.
Oh no, he's going to be up there with them in the sky, in the clouds, and he's going to crack it open. Come on, y'all.
But see, the thing about it, that never happened anyway. It's made up. They got you looking up, and they looking down. They know. Why you think they created the CIA and the FBI? To stop the rise of a black messiah. Mm-hmm. They know. Come on, y'all.
Yep.
They know the old script.
And y'all don't think it, but you know, they created gangs too. The Bloods and the Crips.
Man, they got you fighting over a street corner you don't own. Like,
it's crazy. Now,
yeah, it's crazy.
Europeans later insisted that these people were different people. I wonder why y'all fighting and talking about, oh, they're not them and they're not us. Well, it's because Europeans later insisted and decided that these are some different people. They're different. Europeans needed separation. They needed separation to justify enslavement. They needed separation to rewrite biblical history. They needed us to be separated to disconnect Africans from ancient civilization and North Africa as non-black. They needed us to be divided. So they recast Moors as Arab, white, and Mediterranean. They isolated Ethiopia as exotic, distant, and symbolic, not real. This is intentional fragmentation, not truth. It was on purpose.
And God let them do it. He let them do it. You don't tell me that God ain't let them do it.
They went against God.
Yep.
That's why it was able to happen. And just in case, let me read this again. Europeans are the reason why you think you're different. Europeans is the reason why Moors think they're different than Ethiopians, why African Americans don't want to accept the fact that they're African, why Ethiopian people don't want to accept the fact that there's Ethiopian people in America that are African Americans, because they needed you to be separated. They needed you to mentally be separated and physically be separated after you mentally separated, because this justified enslavement. It justified them rewriting biblical history. They had to separate you so they could rewrite the story. They had to separate you so you could be disconnected from Africans and ancient civilization. And they needed separation to claim North Africa as non-black. Wow.
I tell you, it's a setup. It's a setup.
It's a setup.
They set us up.
They set us up.
Yeah, it's a setup.
So, what do ancient sources actually show? It shows Greek historians describe Moors as Ethiopians. Romans refer to dark North Africans as Ethiopians, but it's spelled different. Aethiopes, Ethiopies, or something like that. I guess that's how you say it. Ethiopies. Early Christian writings place Ethiopia everywhere Africans were. So in other words, Ethiopian was once a Pan-African, what is that? Oh, a Pan-African descriptor. So Ethiopia described Pan-Africanism as a whole. What?
Now they saying, I heard thinking yesterday, I heard that America's the motherland, not Africa. I know that's a lie. I know that's a lie. How America get to be the motherland?
Maybe because the mother's children came over here from the motherland. They branched out.
That's more logical. Yeah, that's more logical.
And the truth the truth gonna make it make sense. It's gonna make it make sense. The truth is gonna make everything make sense. So that's the correct way to look at it. Is Moors and Ethiopians identical in every way? No, because at one point they divided because they thought one group of individuals wanted to study God. The other group of individuals did not want to study God. So did they descend from the same original African peoples? Yes. They were one people originally. Later, they were relabeled, divided, and scattered for power, trade, and control.
I
We don't
want to
even
know
talk about this no more.
I want to
all
know how
praise
you
to the
gonna
Most
study.
High,
How you gonna
Yah
study the
Judah.
spirit?
Because if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't even have the truth. I wouldn't even know the truth to be able to connect any of this.
Right.
Yeah,
That's the
God
honest to
chose
God
him.
truth.
God chose him to give us the truth. Now it's up to us whether we accept it or not. And that's what a lot of people are doing. They're, oh, no, he ain't the one. Well, who is? Because the show ain't none of y'all.
Exactly. And that ain't even an argument. If you're going to tell me he ain't the one, then you need to be showing me the one. If you're bold enough to come up here and tell me who not the one, then point me in the direction of where he at, because we are the generation of Emmanuel and God is with us. So where at?
Right.
You know, we got the false Christ on TikTok. He looking like Christ. He talking like Christ, but yet he talking against Christ.
We can shut all that down because the truth will speak for itself. The truth
He
speaks
ain't
for
that now.
itself. And
He got a
most of the
lot.
people that saying that they Christ, they're not showing no kind of Christ-like characteristics.
No.
They're not showing
No.
those Christ-like characteristics at all. That's the first thing you notice about these individuals. They don't show any Christ-like characteristics that align with somebody that's gonna have pure thought. Pure thoughts. Not systematic thoughts, not programmed thoughts.
And see, that's what everybody got. They got programmed thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they can't that's why they can't accept the truth, because they program.
And religious thoughts are programmed thoughts.
Yeah.
You have been programmed to think that somebody coming out the sky. You've been programmed to think that Christ's not going to be walking among you. You've been programmed to think that the Bible is the word of God. You've been programmed to think that Christ lives inside of your body or your mind. That's a program.
I thought about that, and then I said, wait a minute, something ain't adding up. Because, I had been in it a while. I said, something ain't adding up.
Mm-hmm.
They started getting mad at me because I started asking questions. What about this? What about that? Wait a minute.
What they told you? You don't question God.
Yeah, they tell me that quick.
You don't question God. I'll be like, nigga, I'm questioning you. I ain't questioning God, I'm questioning you. And that's exactly how I see it. Because I've been told that before. Don't question God. And I'm saying to myself, even as a child, I wasn't just directly coming out and saying, nigga, I'm not questioning God, I'm questioning you. But I was thinking it, nigga, I'm questioning you. What is you talking about? Because it don't sound like God saying all that.
Sound like when they say that, they telling you, oh, I really don't know, but I'm going to let you know. Don't question God.
Exactly.
To keep you quiet.
They're saying, do as I say, but not as I do.
Yeah, I'm the parent.
That's what they say, do as I say, but not as I do. Well, shoot.
Yeah.
Backtracking.
Exactly. So, for clarity, not for political reasons, no treaties involved. These people have the same ancestral roots. If you take out the politics and the treaties and all of this stuff, all of the man-made tools, they have the same ancestral roots, same ancient racial classifications, same biblical identification originally. Same biblical identification originally, y'all. Different regional evaluations over time, or evolutions and evaluations over time. So when you ask the question, are they the same people? I'm going to give you the answer, yes. They are the same people, y'all. They divided by man-made things.
I told you everything in reverse.
Mm-hmm.
Everything in reverse.
Now, I wanted to bring that out first because once you identify the people and where they come from, then we can start talking about the little pockets of communities that they settled in, right? And since I'm here in Texas, we're going to talk about Texas. Because, yes, we have Ethiopian people and people that identify as Moors right here in Texas. And I know some. I know some of them. And I don't think it's a coincidence that some of these people went into the sororities, the fraternities, the Masons, the Eastern Stars. And I found out that there were like organizations like Freemason and Eastern Stars that have organizations for their children as well. Like they got groups that their children join because, you know, those organizations are only for adults. And I was thinking along the lines like, well, what about the Girl Scouts and the Boy Scouts? Is that in alignment with the Masons and Eastern Stars and all of that? And it's not, but it's still kind of the same thing, like getting you into roles of society instead of going in a route where it's your destiny, it's your purpose, it's God-given talents and abilities that's already in you. This is what you're supposed to be doing. You know what I'm saying? And you don't gotta pick one. Gifts and talents means you can have multiple. They want you to pick a career and stick to that shit for the rest of your life. And that's why some of y'all hate your jobs, because you're not doing what you actually love to do, what you were designed to do. You may not have been designed to do that.
You don't realize that's why you burnt out, because you don't love it.
Yep.
What you love, you ain't gonna stop doing.
Yeah. If you was operating from your gifts and your talents, everybody would love the work they do. Everybody would love their jobs. I'm operating from my gift and my talents right now. I love my job. That's why I'm always at work. Oh God.
No kizzy, like they
If
say.
y'all missed the guest that came in earlier, he came in ranting about niggers that don't like to work. We're lazy. We don't like to work.
Oh shoot.
That's not a doctor I would want to touch me.
You know what I'm saying? He said he was a doctor?
Yeah, he said he was a doctor.
Yeah.
That's why he said 80 hours.
Yep, 80 hours.
Oh, wow.
80 hours burnout.
Burnt out.
With no knowledge, no nothing.
Now y'all understand why the medical field was never meant to heal you.
They made you think that, though.
And they got people that just come up and talk to me and call me nigger and stuff, and then that might be my doctor. They are not trying to save your life. And I'm not saying all doctors are the same and everybody's the same, but you got to understand that uniforms don't change the way people think. They at work all day. That's a character. They playing a role. They're acting. When they take that uniform off, their mind is still the same. So when they go to work and they're working on you, their mind's still the same. You still a nigga to them, and they still gonna treat you like a nigga that's lower class, lower than them. They're not gonna take care of you like they take care of somebody else. And this is why you must unite with your sisters and brothers and create your own medical field that will take care of your sisters and brothers. They ain't gonna be working 80-hour shifts, because you know why? People that's connected to God understand that it don't take no damn 80 hours to do the work. And they got you working 80 hours because they don't want to pay other people. They don't want to pay other people to those jobs, so they're gonna give it all to one person.
And we got technology where you ain't gotta work no 80 hours. They got
y'all don't understand, bro. That's This is how important it is for us to unite so that we don't have to fear going to the doctor. I know y'all been seeing the videos of these black women going into hospitals, pregnant, giving birth, and they sitting in the damn waiting room. One girl she was kicked out the hospital and she gave birth in her car.
Yes, ma'am. Sad.
Well,
I almost died because my doctor was off that night. So they had a doctor on call when I went in labor with my last child. And that doctor didn't take care of me. He didn't take care of me like he would have took care of another person. He was looking at money, that good old government insurance that I had at the time. Money. And you know what pays? I'm going to tell y'all something why y'all having these C-sections all of a sudden. Everything is an emergency C-section. Because it pays the doctor more money to cut you open than for you to give natural birth.
Mm.
This is how important it is for us to unite. It's not just, we need to unite for reparations. We need to unite for our survival. For real.
we know what we need. That's why we need to come together. We know how to govern ourselves. We don't need no outside government to help us because they ain't doing the job. They're working against us.
Mm-hmm.
So we got to create our own where we can look out for ourselves.
Yeah, we have to create our own. We have to create our own. And the only way that you create your own is you have to come in order. Nothing in this engineered system is going to happen without order and a governing body that speaks for the people. Everybody can't go in talking at one time. So you have to have order. You have to have a governing body that will speak for your people. I don't know why y'all accepting this program is outdated. The program is outdated. It's time to upgrade the programming, okay? The programming is outdated. The new program, the truth and spirit. That's the new programming, y'all. And we need to get on one accord. Truth and spirit. That's it. We ain't get on one accord, or we are never going to be recognized as a nation. We are never going to receive no damn reparations. We are never, ever going to hear it come out of their mouths that they did this, they did this, they did that. Then we're never going to get it. We'll never be recognized if we don't come in order. One voice, one sound. And I know y'all don't want to hear it. One God. There is only one God, one creator. You can have other gods because you created them, but there's one creator God. That is it. Now you can make other things your God. Some people make work their God. Some people make their cars their God. Like you can make other things your God. Whatever you put in front of making a decision, whatever guides your decisions, that's your damn God. Y'all have made the system a God to you because that is what is guiding your thoughts. Every decision you make is about the job, the bills, the holidays, the calendar dates, the birthday. This is coming, that is coming. How am I going to do? What am I going to wear? Everything has been made about this system. It's time that we wake up and deprogram because that's not the most important thing in the world is what the hell you gonna wear to work. Oh my God, these jobs got y'all treating people bad and everything. Like it was something that happened recently. It was a guy delivering Amazon and a man spit in his face and he had the nerve to say, "You're in uniform." He beat his ass and the man that spit in his face said, "You're in uniform. You're not supposed to do that." No, you put on the uniform and that uniform makes you lose all sight of common sense. But some people put that uniform and they understand that this is just what I have to do to survive in this system. But if you spit in their face, all hell gonna break loose in that uniform, it go out the window.
Right.
But this is why you got people being mistreated. Cops shooting black people in the back. All the logic goes out the window when y'all put these uniforms on and get in these character roles. You're mistreating people. That is your God. Chime in, sis. You was gonna say something. I'm sorry.
No, I was just in agreement with what you was saying, sis. Like, sheesh, we're not saying all cops are bad, nothing like that, but it's just like some of them really don't care to protect and serve. It's about meeting that quota at the end of the day.
He talking about what in the comments? You don't understand that people getting these assigned roles on their job, and they take that job and do things against other people because the job said that's what they're supposed to do. What part of that did not make very clear? That's wicked. Instead of doing the right thing towards other people, you follow the rules because you in uniform, and you mistreat people because that's the rules of your assigned role. I think I made that clear. Did you understand that? Because I want to make sure people understand, because that's the whole point of this. If you're not understanding, then
It's all a system. That's all it is. It's a system to rule, to control. That's all they doing. They ain't trying to keep no law. They want to control you.
yeah. If y'all, I know people think when you start talking about witchcraft, they're doing witchcraft on us. That's just witchcraft in a nutshell is manipulation. You are taking away people's free will to think, and you want them to do what you want them to do for your own personal gain. That's what this is.
Yep. Emotional control.
Yes, it does. God gives direction. When you allow your job to direct you to mistreat other people, you have then made your job your God. It is no longer directing your thoughts. Your uniform is. So that's very simple and plain. I don't see how you could misunderstand that. Because there are no other literal gods. That is the only way that you can have something else as your God. You are allowing it to direct your thoughts. God means giver of direction. That's what I hope you don't think that's the name of the creator. Giver of direction. So if something else is giving you direction, your job in this context, that's your God. I know it ain't for you. Because you a dog. You backwards. So you won't get this. Your whole thought process is backwards. It's flipped. You're never going to get it.
Etymology. They don't want us to know what words mean. That's why they took etymology out.
Oh my God.
The stuff that I'm learning now, cursive. I didn't know that was being cursed. Cursive writing.
You say, yep.
Spell words. I mean, these spell words.
So I wanted to talk about the patterns when it comes to the things that, we push our children to get into, there's a repeating institutional pattern. Early exposure to structured roles, oaths, badges, ranks, belongings, normalizes a specific life pathway, which makes later participation in clubs, fraternities, sororities, civic orders, lodges, professional organizations, and it makes it feel natural, desirable, and successful. They want you to think that these are the things that you should be seeking. And that pathway can override and drown out that inner calling, your spiritual intuition, your God-given individuality, that spark, and your destiny-led living. So these community handlers want to push you to go into these clubs and these orders instead of being in order with God and connecting to divine things like inner calling, your God-given individuality, that spark. You know what I'm saying? It's called social programming.
Now you Greek.
Yeah. Now you Greek.
You Greek.
You know? This is what our people doing, y'all. This is why we can't unite. This is why we can't get reparations. This is why we can't unite. This is why we can't get in order. This is why we don't have a governing body. Everybody want to govern themselves, but nobody's actually governing themselves. We don't need a leader.
That's
We don't
why
need a
we
leader,
where
but y'all
we
want to fill out
That's
paperwork
why
to go join the Indian reservations. They
that's
got
why we
leaders.
where we are now, 'cause we ain't got no leader. But we got a leader now, and then y'all want to discount the leader. He's still doing his thing, even though y'all discount him.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's still the King of Kings, Lord of Lords. But even though y'all discount him, he's still the Christ, the Son of the living God. Y'all talking about him. Those are his titles that God gave him. God gave him those titles.
Yep. Titles. Everybody want a title, but they don't want to work for it. They want it to be given to them. You know, elders, they weren't assigned roles. They were recognized. They were elders. Like, you wasn't in these orders, in these fraternal orders, they're assigned leadership roles. They're not assigned by God. They're assigned by other people. So that's why y'all think that Christ is going to be assigned by other people. Y'all going to just cherry pick who y'all want and how he going to act and what he going to be saying and how he going to look. But God said,
No.
I'm going to send a nigga. I'm going to send a nigga and he going to be smoking weed. He going to have tattoos. He ain't going to read like y'all read. He going to be like me and pronouncing words crazy.
Yeah.
He ain't gonna be nothing like what y'all want. He ain't gonna be
So
nothing like y'all academics. He's not gonna be the smartest of the smartest, and he's not gonna know what you think he should know.
He's gonna do my work.
In the eyes of the people that have been put in our society to be handlers, Christ is gonna be a problem. To
He
them.
flipping tables. He's flipping tables.
That's
He
right.
ain't playing.
That's what
He's
the
coming
book
to
said.
do the Father's work.
The book told y'all, gave y'all the script in advance. But what y'all do? Y'all go and y'all disrupt it. Y'all added to it. Y'all took out of it and stole it and then spread it all around and mixed it all up like gumbo, and nobody will know which way is up.
Yep. God sit high and look low. And he looking down saying, look at him. Look at him with Stockholm syndrome. Look at him. Acting like they oppressors, loving the things that the oppressors gave them. Look at them. I'm gonna send somebody down there. That they gonna despise.
Yep, and they despise.
I'm gonna send somebody they gonna despise. I don't know what y'all reading, but all of this is prophecy. It's biblical. Everything we saying, we might be saying it in a joking way, and but it's all prophecy. It's all biblical. These
the
people.
whole book is prophetic and political. It's political because they took our land, but God allowed it. Your forefathers and your ancestors forfeit the land.
They went against God.
That's what happened.
They wanted more science than more God. It's almost like they got bored with just the natural way of doing things because it was so common. They wanted to do better things than God. They wanted to study and figure out a way to do better things. than the people that were just serving God. So,
But if you serve God, He'll tell you what to do. He'll guide you. He'll lead you.
mm-hmm. And that's how they got led down this hole that we still in, because they didn't let God lead them. They let their own ego lead them. I said it in the beginning. You either gonna have a spark or you gonna have ego.
Mhm.
Ego is gonna lead you right where we at. Divided, confused, no
Well, she
governing
Messiah.
body, no nation.
Well, she Messiah got
A
ego, man.
byword.
She got ego because she coming out with a movie in 3 days. Well, matter of fact, it might be already out.
Who?
She Messiah.
Oh, hell. I thought you were talking about some real movie. So the documented patterns are very real, y'all. Without calling it predictive programming and all that stuff, let's just say it's academic. Let's keep it in the academic language and say it's institutional socialization, institutionalized socializing. They teaching you how to socialize. Y'all, the school is a melting pot.
Mhm.
How they gonna teach you how to socialize?
They teaching you how
You
to
already
socialize
know
by
that.
putting you in roles that your ass probably ain't supposed to be in. Now you socializing with people and mingling with people that if you would have followed your path, your God-given path, you probably would have mingled and interacted with people that you were supposed to be mingling and interacting with, and probably building something that will help humanity. But instead, you ended up on a path that you weren't supposed to be on. Now you're going to miss the people that you probably never was supposed to meet. Now you're on drugs, you're drinking, and lying to people. Because you got mixed up with the wrong crowd. We see it every day. We say these things, but we don't even understand. You got mixed up with the wrong crowd. How you get mixed up with the wrong crowd? Because you took an assigned role that a man gave you instead of following that divine narrow path that leads you to your destiny.
Yep, that's right. That's why God wouldn't let me be a pastor. Wouldn't let me be a minister. I went to school. I tried all that.
Y'all, this is why you got so many people depressed. This is why you have so many people unhappy. This is why you got so many people that's just
anxious.
They just here, bro. They just here. They're not living a fulfilled life. They just here. Yeah. Waking up and just going like a robot, like an NPC.
Yeah.
What they say, doing the same thing over and over again. Insanity.
Mm-hmm. This is why everybody's insane. This is an insane world.
Yep. Then about the holidays, Christmas coming up, and shoot, man, I care less about all that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even care about it no more. I used to. I don't care about none of that no more.
And if the holidays were so magnificent and wonderful, like they paint a picture, why is it that those are the times of the year when the most horrific crimes happen within families? Why? Because it's a facade, y'all. People ain't really happy. It's a facade. It's not real.
And they faking it till they make it, but where you making it to?
Nobody making it. That's why it's still fake. That's why everything's so fake. Because ain't nobody really making nothing. It's just faking it. Damn, when we gonna make it, y'all?
Lying for themselves. Sheesh.
People in line. Target had some kind of deal going on. Had the people lined up. They camp overnight for this product, and what they got? some cars, and something else, you know. And I'm like,
Yep.
that's
So
crazy.
other academic language used to describe what goes on in our community is role internalization, path dependency, and normative identity formation. A lot of people in our community trying to live through their children. They didn't make the team, so they want their children to make the team. They didn't make the cheerleading team, so they want their daughters to make the cheer. I didn't get to do it. I didn't make it, so they're gonna live through their kids. That's identity formation. You choosing somebody else's path because it didn't go right for you. They ain't go to college, so all their kids got to go to college now. I didn't grow up in church and I didn't do right, but I'm gonna make my. These are the parents that stay at home every Sunday and they dress their children up and send them walking to church. I didn't do right, but I'm gonna make sure mine go to church. Like, y'all, come on now.
My dad was a film director, and so he said, I'm gonna pass my learning on to me. No, I ain't finna do that. That ain't what I want to do.
And most of these children do not want to be in these roles, y'all. They don't want to go those routes. A lot of children go to college to make their parents happy. A lot of these children don't want to be in no college. They don't like school. They going to school to make their parents happy. Yep. And that's why you have people that graduated from college and ain't never stepped foot in a role that aligns with their degree.
Because it ain't set up that way. It ain't set up. They being set up. They don't realize they being set up. They done went to school for 4 years and they still ain't got that.
Yep.
That's crazy.
Getting in all that debt to prove a point to somebody. And then at the end of it all, you got debt. And now you don't even know what you want to do. You're not using the degree because that's not your passion. You have no desire to be in a job for that. You just went to school and got a degree that was easy to make your parents happy. And now you're just unhappy and unfulfilled with a whole lot of debt. This is what all y'all talk about. The things that we talk about, y'all think don't align with your communities, but it does. All the way from Africa, it does. And I'm telling you how.
Mm-hmm.
They got you divided. Everybody say, I ain't from Africa. Well, where are you from? You sure ain't from America. You were born there, but that ain't where you from.
Yeah. Well.
But they tell me, oh, I ain't going to Africa. Well, you ain't, but I am. Yeah, when God go, I'm going.
If y'all pay attention to the movies that they coming out with, they showing y'all what this is gonna be. If you seen the movie Running Man, it looked like the places where the people that were, I'll say, lower class citizens, it looked like they lived in a third world country. And then when they went into the other parts of the cities where people that like to work and be programmed live, they were rich. They showing y'all what they trying to create.
Hey. You go with God, you're gonna be in good shape. But if you don't go with Him, there ain't no guarantee what you're gonna be. Mm-hmm. I'm telling you, that's why God's here. He trying to tell y'all, follow me.
Yep. Then I was looking into the Girl Scouts, Boy Scouts, and the organizations that our youth joins. And these organizations, they do very well in training children to see life as achievement ladders, recognition systems, external validation, and structured advancement. It teaches them belonging equals conformity to group values and success equals visible rank or badges. Y'all see the programming?
Yep. I used to be in all that. I was a Boy Scout, Cub
I was a
Scout
Girl
too.
Scout.
Yeah.
Mhm.
We was out selling them cookies for sure.
I was a Girl Scout. And just because these organizations aren't like linked literally, it's the same thing. It's the same similar training, y'all. It's training children to, this is why you got children thinking that everybody on the team supposed to get a damn trophy. No, some of y'all asses is sorry and shouldn't be in that role. Y'all don't know how to play basketball, or you don't know how to play baseball. You're not good at football. That's not your role. That's not what you was meant to be. That's why it's only one Michael Jordan, one Kobe. That's their role. That's their assignment. One Christ, that's his role. That's his assignment. But this world, this system got y'all thinking that it's multiple Christs. Why? Because y'all think everybody supposed to get a motherfucking trophy.
That's why God pick who he want. God gave y'all somebody that don't have speak well. And y'all treat him real bad. Y'all say he can't talk. He got tattoos. So you got some of y'all. God took an imperfect body, a sinful body, not person, because the person ain't sinful. But he's showing you that he can take an imperfect person and make him perfect. Because he come with him. He gave him his spirit. He unloaded everything on him. So he can give it to you.
Exactly. This is why Christ lights other candlesticks. He's the spark that sparks the other sparks.
Right. He sparked my spark because I ain't going nowhere else.
That's it. You don't light your own candlestick.
Right.
That's why he lights the candlesticks, because God was going to give this information, the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth to one. And I don't see how y'all think that's far-fetched when there's only one Michael Jordan. There's only one Marcus Garvey. There's only one Malcolm X. There's only one Martin Luther King. Nigga. That's that simple. Everybody think that they supposed to be playing other people's role because we've been programmed to think like that. That's not how it goes. There's order in all systems. Why don't y'all think that God has order? Spiritual systems have order too. Just because you don't see them don't mean they don't have order. And don't let that go over your head.
Yeah, they got order.
Yeah. So these teachings increase the likelihood of the children in our communities seeking similar structures later on in life, feeling lost without institutions telling them that they should do this and do that, or they're not feeling like they fit in when they do other things. So this equated to purpose with roles that they assigned, not because you follow that spark that you were born with. This is not by accident. This is how societies reproduce themselves. So this is why they introduced the school system to us, okay? And it's not coincidental that all of these things were created in 1913, the Federal Reserve, the IRS, all of these people, these families created the school system, y'all. The same people that's got you in debt got you programmed through the school system. It's that simple.
Schools
and they
like
got
the tradition to me.
And they got all the money.
They're not trying to have societies that reproduce dreamers and thinkers. They want to reproduce themselves.
Right.
What they want to you know what I'm saying?
That's
They
why we
want
got
to
created.
they want to reproduce people that don't think, people that don't question, people that just go to work and pay their bills. That's it.
That's why we're in the shape we're in now, because we don't question. We just do.
People that want to fit in. I don't want to fit in. I ain't never been the type that want to fit in.
No, not at all.
I just went along with the program like I told you, because I knew it was going to come to an end. I just waited. I went on with it. Ran all around the church, knowing they lying.
Yeah.
God still blessing me, knowing they lying. Then he let me be one of the ones. I went through a terrible accident, and God brought me out of it. Got hit by a car head on a bicycle going to a job. Well, coming from a job, I mean. I was in a coma 6 months, and God brought me all the way out.
Damn.
So I could see the sun, so I could meet the sun. That's what the purpose was. I said, well, what did you save me for? So you're going to meet the sun, sir. In my time, when I decide. Because I'm God. Sure enough. He let me meet the sun, then he came to my house.
Yep.
And I've been telling people that for the longest. They talking about, you saw a light. Yeah, I saw, that's what energy is, light.
You know,
Christ has that light, that energy.
You know how your experience, you met Christ and he came to your house, or you speak to him, or you saw him online, or however that experience happened for the people, the saints, right? They got people thinking that it's going to happen a different way, but when they send recruiters and missionaries and all of these things to recruit you into their order, what you think they do? Where do you think they got that from? They know that God uses people to go and speak to other people. Where y'all think they got all this from? Sending recruiters.
God told me to tell you this.
That's a lie. That's the biggest lie they've been passing around.
Because they know that's the natural order of things. People communicate with people. So God is going to give somebody a thought, and they're going to say it, and you're going to either receive it or not. So when they send recruiters, you either receive it or not. You either with it or you're not. It's the same way with God's order. God is going to send somebody, and you either going to receive it or you're not. And it's that simple.
Well, I've been in the lie, so I received it. Because I got tired of it. When is it going to end?
Yep.
He coming out the sky. Man.
And we still talking about the same topic, y'all. They descend from the same original African people, and they settled in places. And what we're talking about is when they settled there, what happened? Who were they? What were they doing? How were their communities structured? How did we get here? That's what we're talking about. How we got here. That's the part we on right now. How we got here. To this state of mind. How we think. And so the organizations that you get into as a child, what you learn in school, it's about assigned identity versus revealed identity. Assigned identity is titles, ranks, degrees, offices. You are because we say so. We are like the popes, like the popes and Charles. They are because they say they are. But revealed identity is that spark. It's God-given. It's an inner knowing. It's a calling. It's a destiny. It's spirit-led direction. It's the you are because God placed you in it. That's why. It's the I am. That distinction is ancient and very real. And that's what they want to separate you from. That I am, that inner knowing, that calling, that destiny, that spirit-led direction. That's the whole point of telling you this lie that somebody's going to come out of the sky so that you never study to show thyself approved. You never go within and quiet your mind so that you make the right decision at an appointed time. That takes going within and quieting your mind and getting rid of all of the programming, all the voices, all of your family members telling you one thing, you should do this and you should do, girl, don't listen to him. Oh my God, you following the man that says he's Christ. Oh,
all blacks and all Mexicans are the chosen people of God. We're the chosen people of God.
Out to the people.
Right on, brother.
Yes. All right, that was it.
We know that.
Oh my goodness. Bleaches.
We created all of them.
Yeah. Yeah, you can put that in now. Yes. We need to wake up. We need to wake up, y'all.
We need to stop fighting each other because we all need each other. We all need each other. We need to stop fighting each other. All these gangs, they've been programmed. They fighting over something that ain't even theirs. That show you how programmed they are.
Mm-hmm. Now, Ethiopian worldview and why it stands apart. Historically and spiritually, Ethiopian tradition emphasizes lineage of spirit, not social ranking. Y'all see why Ethiopia outlasted all the other biblical kingdoms? Baby. Ooh. Lineage of spirit, not social ranking. And that's why you have people on the throne of David that were not relatives by blood. That's why. The lineage was spiritual. It's that's the whole thing about the Melchizedek order.
But the American presidents, they are related to each other.
Yeah.
Obama's related to somebody. One of the presidents.
Yeah, it's a pattern, y'all. That just recognize the patterns that they put in our face. If what is true, they do it in a way where it's like, kind of like, we're going to do it. We're going to put it in their face, and they really don't know. We put it in their face. All the presidents are related. They are cousins by blood. But the real monarch, the real spiritual lineage, the real biblical kingdom, they're not related by blood. The lineage is spiritual. This is why Christ can come all the way from the U.S. and sit on the throne of David. Because it's a spiritual lineage. It's Melchizedek. The spirit that never dies. Listen, it's the spark that never goes away. It's the spark that never dies. And that's why God can choose another man and give him the same spark.
That's why you can't study God. That's
amazing.
How you gonna study? How you gonna study the spirit? You can't study no spirit.
You can't study the spirit. You either have it or you don't. You either understand it or you don't. It ain't no studying it. Kingship. So historically and spiritually, Ethiopian tradition emphasizes kingship as divine stewardship, not performance. Ooh, that's going to step on some toes. Identity that is rooted in God, ancestry, and calling. Another reason why you can have somebody all the way from the he was born in the U.S., from the United States that sits on the throne of David in Ethiopia, because It's rooted in God, ancestry, and calling, not ladders that you climb on this social construct and the programming. It's roles that you awaken into. And if y'all don't stop with this fake ass alchemy, let me put this clear. Christ is the alchemist. He's the alchemist.
Right.
For y'all that don't understand what alchemy is. Christ is the alchemy. That is what alchemy is. The whole death and resurrection, that is alchemy. That is tainted. It's been tainted by programmed people. And little do people know that is a tradition from Ethiopia. The origin of alchemy is Ethiopian, y'all. These are facts. So, and again, this is why they don't want you to quiet your mind and go within, because you just might alchemize yourself into heaven on earth.
I
I'm
told you they
so
spending your
serious though.
money.
Right.
They spending your money and taxing you, and then giving you a little bit at a time every month.
Yeah, you can't never quiet
It's
your
your
mind. You
money.
might just produce a whole new world, a new fantastic point of view.
Not aligning your chakras to get your mind right. Jeez.
Oh my God, the truth is magnificent. It even line up to y'all cartoons.
Yep.
High School Musical, we all in this together.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Yep.
Oh my God.
Yep.
When you telling the truth, baby, it just flows. It just flows. I'm just saying.
I think we got another guest.
You might just come up out of the mug.
You can't help but come
And
out
be a
of
part of
it.
that world.
If we keep hearing the same thing over and over, you gonna say, well, it ain't true. After you keep hearing it over and over,
Yeah.
we're saying the same thing every day. We not changing.
Damn, that song just stuck in my head. Like a shooting star. You're a shooting star. You might just land on reality. Oh my God. You might land on your feet. You know, like, what's the mermaid? And be a part of that world. Where people actually think and use their brain. Oh my God.
That's why God gave us a brain.
Listen,
You want to use
man.
it. But when it comes to Him, we don't want to use our brain when it comes to Him.
Y'all,
we need to listen to. That's why He sent a person to give you the truth. Now you gonna tell Christ you already got the truth? How you gonna get it before God give it to the Son?
Exactly.
You read the letter.
You might have figured out some truth, but if you got some truth and you still talking about what's not true, then all you got is a lie. You still got a lie.
Yeah, you still got a lie.
This is why Christ is Christ, because He has the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Some people out here, they got some of the truth. That's why you got a lot of these people making these videos connecting dots, and it makes sense because they got some of the truth. You can find some of the truth, but there's only one that was going to have the whole truth and nothing but the truth to wake up the masses. And this is why you got these, what they call them, the woke people making the videos, connecting the dots, but they're not waking up the masses to unite.
Right.
They're just waking up the masses to collect information so they can talk about it.
Yeah, they woke. They woke alright.
If we talking about Moors and Ethiopians and where they settled, why would you think that we're talking about white Jesus? Why would you think that? If we're talking about programming and them causing people to forget who they are, where they came from, and to divide people, why would you think that we're talking about a white Jesus? That was
Can I
just
ask you a
another
question?
weaponized tool to get Moors and Ethiopians and other people that identify with other things to think that they were not the same original people.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
I know, just a question, but yeah, I'm giving the answer. That ain't what we talking about. We talking about the truth. The truth.
Hey, great. Can I ask you a question?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, you do agree that Ethiopia is a real country, right?
Is it about the topic?
Yeah, Ethiopia. I'm talking about Ethiopia, like the actual
Oh,
country.
you
You're
got
talking about
to. There
Ethiopia, right?
you go.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. That's,
So the topic for today is Moors and Ethiopians descend from the same original African people. And we're talking about where they settled and what happened when they settled there.
oh well, okay, I understand. What I was saying is like, if they're Ethiopians, then they must have that's a real people. Then that's a real land. That's what I'm saying. So like,
Okay.
are you familiar with Queen Sheba, who's from Ethiopia as well?
Well, the story of Queen Sheba, or you talking about a person named Queen Sheba? Because I'm
I'm
not
talking about
sure if that's a true story. I know that's a biblical story, and most biblical stories have a deeper meaning other than, oh, there was actually a Queen Sheba and they had a child that sat on the throne in real life.
No, that's a real person. According to their ancient history, Ethiopia has a real queen named Queen Sheba. No, I'm not talking about any biblical story. That's a real queen from Ethiopia.
All right, go
I
ahead.
don't know if you accept like history, but that's a real person. But
No,
anyway,
I don't just accept his story, you know,
I got you.
because
That's fine.
there's so many lies that's been told in his story. We just can't accept his story for what it is anymore.
I'm okay. Well, I'm just talking about Ethiopians in general.
Okay, go ahead.
They had a real queen. It's people that lived before us, obviously. So Ethiopia had kings and queens. One of the queens were Queen Sheba. She traveled to go see King Solomon, which is also a real historical person. Now she had to go travel to see him. Now I would agree that I think they had something going on. You know, when they met, I think they did do, which sparked the connection between her people and Solomon, right? So where would she have went to go see him? Because that means he's not from Ethiopia. She's from Ethiopia because she's the queen, but she went to travel to see him. Where would you say she went to go
I
see
wouldn't
him?
say nothing. This your story. I don't know nothing about your story. You telling the story. So you tell the story. I
I got you.
don't know the story that you
I got
tell.
you. Well, she went to Israel, which is Solomon was the king of Israel, so she went to see him. Now the whole planet had heard about him because he was, a king. So he was the wisest man that ever lived. His father was David. By this time, David is clearly unalived and not alive anymore. He took over the king after, so after his dad left, he took over as king. Now, David never met Queen Sheba, obviously, because he's dead. So I'm trying to figure out how is it that his throne would be in Ethiopia if he never went there, according to world history.
So you're trying to remove a actual throne that sits in Ethiopia and that has always sat in Ethiopia, and you're trying to put it somewhere else because you have a story in mind that connects to what?
No, I'm not, notice how I'm not using any Bible. I'm telling you according to
I
what.
didn't say nothing about the Bible.
You keep saying story. I'm not bringing up any stories. This is actual facts that you can research. Unless you just don't accept their people. Because remember, the subject here is Ethiopian, so I would hope you know something about them. This is their history. They never had a king named David. They did have a queen named Sheba who slept with King Solomon, and this man Solomon's father is David. But David was dead, and he had never been to Ethiopia. And these are things you can actually look up. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, we can also look up Jesus and they'll show us a picture of him, but that don't mean he real.
Okay,
So
I'm
just
talking
because
about
you
real
look it
people.
up don't mean that it's truth. It's a fact. I
Is
mean,
it anything that you can pull up that would be facts?
what?
If that's the
What
case,
you mean? I'm
Like
just
I'm saying,
saying, you
like
saying you can look that up. Yeah, I can look up stuff about Jesus that's not true.
no, I'm saying like it seems like you don't believe anything that was before you were born. That's what it sounds like you're saying.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying
So
that
do we have to
there are
erase
certain
history
things
because you
that
wasn't there?
you look up that will go along with the lie.
I'm saying, okay, what would be the lie? Because I'm looking up just historic people, like one person. I'm not looking up the world. We're talking about Ethiopians.
I'll put it like this. I can look up things about Peter because the popes, the Catholic Church says that they got their authority from Peter. Now I can Google stuff about Peter and a whole lot of information will come up, but I know that Peter never existed because I understand the truth. That's what I mean.
Okay.
So we have to understand that there was a lie told and certain things have been put in place to make sure that lie stands.
I get what you're saying. What I'm saying is we don't have to go Bible, period.
Now I can't really, to put it in simple words, I can't go against what you're saying because I don't know that story. I don't know nothing about the story of Sheba and David and all of that. But I do know what I can see with my natural born eyes. There's a statue in Ethiopia and there are several kings that actually sat on the throne in Ethiopia.
Right, and David was never one of those.
In real life, these are things that actually happened. Right. Now, I don't know that story, so I can't tell you if that actually happened or not. We have to learn how to separate what we've been taught and programmed to think as true and actually question things because we can Google a lot of stuff that will go along with Jesus coming out the sky, but we know damn well nobody's coming out the sky.
That's fine. That's a belief system. I'm not talking about belief right now.
So it's a system that's been set up for you to Google and find things that go along with what the system set up.
No,
you don't have
remember the system doesn't control the planet. It's different countries for a reason, and different nations and different kingdoms. Everybody is different. You have different cultures.
All we have are different states of mind. That's
what you're saying.
All we have is different states of mind. That's it.
We don't. Again, if you eat, that means an Asian man must eat to live. We can't go without food because that's a mindset to eat. Everybody has to eat. It's not a debate. That's reality. So what I'm asking you about is straight reality. I'm not going to a belief system. I don't care about a religion or a Bible or none of that. I'm telling you from human specs, right? Ancient culture of Ethiopians. They never had a king named David, ever. But they did have a queen named Sheba who traveled to see someone named Solomon. This Solomon character never lived in Ethiopia because she had to go see him.
Why would you think there was a David? Why would you think that the David name mean that there was a man named David? David is spiritual. It means something. It's not a man's name.
David is people on this planet named David. That could be
just a like Israel is not a name. It's not a name. It's spiritual. It has spiritual significance. So no,
I got what you.
David's throne is not David's throne because a man named David sat on it. That's not why it's named David's throne. It's spiritual.
Be the spiritual meaning behind the name David. It's not a person. So what does the name David represent?
I forgot what that means. Let me see.
David is the beloved ones of God.
And does Ethiopia agree with you on that?
Does what?
They already know.
Does Ethiopians agree with you on that?
Yes.
They know.
They know.
Ethiopians believe Haile Selassie was their Christ.
No, they don't. Jamaicans believe that.
Jamaicans are not Ethiopians, and Haile Selassie was Ethiopian, not Jamaican.
Yes, they are. Why you think? Why do you think that when Haile Selassie gave land, Jamaicans went to Ethiopia? Because what? They descend from the same original African people. So just like Moors branched out and started calling themselves something else and went to other lands and they were there first on other lands because they branched out. They the same original African people though. They just branched out and started calling themselves something else. They started practicing more science because they wanted to study God. But they the same original African people. Before Africa was divided, it was one. Now, what you talking about with this story about the Sheba and dog, I don't know nothing about that. So I can't really
I understand.
have a conversation with about something that I don't know.
No, you're perfectly correct. So okay, that's fine. So that's why I asked you, could you look it up for yourself, right? So you can research it.
Okay.
You don't need a Bible for that. And also, Moors does not mean that, by the way. Muslims is not a nation or some sort. That's a belief system. That's a name for a religion. That's not a people.
I didn't
Moors.
say that. What are you talking
No,
about?
I know. I'm looking at
I think you came in. You about damn near 2 hours into the live. So everything you saying, I already corrected. The things that people say about Moors and Ethiopia, I already said that in the beginning of the live.
I'm saying Moors are not Ethiopians because Moors is not necessarily a nation.
Like I say, you came in the live late, and we have already established certain things about the topic, including that Moors and Ethiopians descend from the same original African people.
And I'm saying they don't. That's what I'm saying.
It don't matter what you're saying. I'm telling you the truth. This is why I'm doing the whole live, because
you're telling me something that's not
that
actual,
don't think that they come from the same place. Yes, they may have been in America first. Yes, they may have been somewhere else first. But guess what? They weren't here originally. They all come from the same original place.
Agree that
they cousins.
Egyptians come from Africa too, then?
What?
Would you agree that Egyptians come from Africa as well?
I don't believe certain things that you believe. Like you saying Egyptian, I know that it was probably something else. And I know that Egyptian, in a spiritual sense, means bondage.
I'm talking about spiritual, I'm talking about human beings.
You're talking about a place on a map that didn't always exist, though.
You do know you can get on a plane and travel to another country, right? That's real.
Yes,
everything is not about spirituality.
You gotta understand that the people that have programmed you to think a certain way and believe certain things divided certain places and named them certain things to also
I
confuse
understand it.
people.
What I'm saying is, if you go to Hong Kong with me, we're going to see Asian people in China. That's not spiritual. That's real. You can go to China with me, and we'll see Asian people in China. That means I can live in China and not America. And if I do, that's two different cultures, right? Chinese people might do something different than Americans, right? And if they do, that means we're not under the same system, which we're not, because you have never lived in China, right? I have never lived in China. But in certain countries in China, you can only have one child, right? In America, you can have as many kids as you want. That means we're not under the same system. So we're not ran by one system. The whole planet is not ran together. That's why you have people going to war with each other, because they don't agree.
Didn't I just say that all you just described was different states of mind, and all you just described was everything I've talked about the whole live is social conditioning and systems guiding children into roles, and there's like you came in the live real late, you saying things that's already been said.
I'm not talking about a mindset, sweetheart. People go to war in unalive.
What you think culture is? It's mindsets. Why you think they call states?
Culture is a way of living, not a mindset.
They didn't call it states. They didn't call it states for no reason. It's called states because every state has a different state of mind. This is why New York people don't think like New Jersey people. This is why New York people don't think like Texas people, and Texas people don't think like Ohio. They all have different states of mind, and the leader of that governing body, the governors, the people that govern the influence, you know what I'm saying? They get to decide what state of mind their state is going to operate in.
Let me ask you a question.
That's why the war. That's why, you know what? This is why people don't understand. It's a war on your mind. That's the only real war going on. Is the war on your mind.
Okay. Listen. I understand that you probably never been a part of the military of some sort, but people
I've never been where.
I
don't think you understand at all, because you talking about places that I haven't been, and you don't even know me.
I understand that. What I'm saying is you keep relating to everything to a mindset. I'm not
because it is a mindset.
That's okay. Is China a real place, or is that something imaginary? That's what I'm saying. So if
China
China is
is
a
a
real place,
real
which it is,
place on a map, and the people in China think like Chinese. Japan is a real place on the map, and the people in Japan think like Japanese people. You get the gist. And
right?
African
Okay,
people,
right.
It's
So
like
we
you
all
said, military truth in the booth. It's a mindset. When you go to the military, you ain't yourself. You working for them.
okay.
Come on now.
it's a
Listen,
mindset.
listen. Okay, I get what you keep saying, right? Mindset. What I'm saying is, I don't think like an Asian person. I never lived in China, right? And I told you, Asians, some countries only allow them to have one child, right, per household.
Who do you
Now,
think like? I think that'll be a better conversation. Who do you think like?
I'm a human being. Every human kind of has the same characteristics if
And
they
you know
choose,
why you said that?
because we're
Because
all
you don't
human.
have a nation to identify yourself with, and to say, "Oh, I think like so and so because this is our nation and these are our states of mind." They took that
Two
from
people
our
don't have
people.
to
We
think
don't
alike,
have a
though.
state of mind. We have a programmed mind. All we have, that's it.
But upgrade.
And
Two
that's
people don't
all
have
we
to think alike.
operating in. You can't identify with a nation because you don't have one. So what do we say? Identify as a human being.
I'm America. I'm an American. That's what nation I'm a part of.
So there you go.
But
The
that
state
doesn't
of
mean I
mind
think
that
like
you
every
identify
American.
with is colonized.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
You saying it is not gonna make it true. Again, everybody doesn't agree in
And you
America.
not accepting it is not going to make it not true.
Okay, but I can't deny reality, which is what I think you're doing. So, for example, could you explain to us why the first Civil War broke out between the North and the South in America? One
Why
country
the
fought
first
against each
Civil
other.
War?
Yes, that's a real war. I don't know if you're going to tell me that's something, a mindset or
I'm
something,
not going
but
to tell
that's a
you
real
nothing
war.
about it.
Could you explain to us why that happened? Why did the North fight the South? In America, one country. Nobody intervened. It was Americans fighting Americans. And people actually unalive. Could you explain why?
I don't know, because I've never really looked into the Civil
Right.
War.
So that's
I
fine.
probably could if I actually looked into the information about the Civil War. I've never been interested in that,
That's
you
fine. That's
know.
fine. So guess
Yeah,
what,
I
Upgrade?
probably
In order
would
to
be able
research it,
to, but I
right,
don't know
but in order
if
to
I can.
research it, you have to accept history because these are things that actually happened. So now I wasn't there, you wasn't there, but it happened, right? So I would have to find out why these things
It don't
occurred.
have nothing to do with the topic.
No, hold on. But the reason that I brought it up is because you keep trying to make it seem like everybody's under one system. Again, we're talking about Americans who were fighting each other. This is the time of slavery. Slavery only existed in the South. It didn't exist in the North. The
But
North was not
listen,
okay with it.
truth in the booth. Listen, when I say that everybody's under one system, I'm talking about the lie. Everybody is under the lie.
What lie?
They are in that system.
I'm saying what lie?
Pick one. Pick one of his stories. Pick one of his stories, and then we'll tell you the lie.
So watch this. I'm going to tell you a fact, right? You can deny it if you want. The early ancient Assyrians and Ethiopians were preaching about Christianity first. And guess what? Rome in England disagreed. They had their own religion. And then the Chinese believed in something else. So now we have three different things going on and people not agreeing. And the first person to give us Christianity from a national standpoint was the Ethiopians. So would you accept that?
I don't have to accept that. You got that from us.
Oh my God.
So we know that's true. You got that from us.
Okay, so Ethiopians believe that Christ already came. Do you believe Christ already came?
Listen, Ethiopian people believed in a Christ, not coming from the sky, a Christ that will walk among them. They believed in that because they looked at their leader at that time as a Christ. That's why he still got a statue over there, King of Kings and Lord of Lords. So yes, they know that a Christ will. They know that God is going to put that same spark in another man, and he's going to redeem the Ethiopian people.
Okay, hold on.
They know that.
Ethiopia is home to one of the oldest churches in the world.
Y'all don't know that. And you kind of all over the place.
Listen, Ethiopia is home to the oldest church in the world.
We know that.
Jesus already
You got that
came
from
and died
us.
for them.
Don't come on here act like you teaching me something when you really stealing garments. I just said that in the beginning of the live. Nobody was on TikTok talking about Ethiopia is the biblical kingdom
That's because
until
it's
we
not.
started
Nobody is
saying
saying
it.
that.
And y'all was mocking
No,
us at
ma'am.
first. So
Listen.
don't come on here like you teaching me something. You are stealing garments and you regurgitating what you already heard on one of our lives. We know that. We know that. So don't even try to play that. You are stealing garments. You trying to act like you teaching me something, but when you got the information from one of us.
Okay, slow down.
I know
Listen.
it's okay. Don't do
Just slow
that.
down. Listen. First of all, Ethiopia is not the spiritual land of the world. That's not what I said. I said they were preaching Christianity
They weren't
first
preaching
from a
nothing.
national.
They were
Yes, they were.
living. They were living. They were living their lives
Upgrade.
with pure
They
thought.
believe.
They wasn't
Listen.
preaching.
Let me
They
finish my
wasn't going
sentence.
around preaching nothing.
Okay, listen. Let me finish. They believe at the time of Christ that he had died for them. That's why the church, they have the oldest church in the world. When Haile Selassie came, they considered him as a second coming of a type of Christ to them. So again, they already knew who Christ was, but they thought Haile Selassie was like another type that came after him. They believed that Christ died for their sins. That's where Christianity stemmed from a national standpoint. The early ancient Assyrians in Ethiopia. So again, I would do my research on a country I'm claiming that I'm supposed to be a part of. You might want to research the history about
So
them.
why do
You can know that they agree with you.
Why do you believe in modern Christianity if you know that Ethiopians did not believe in modern Christianity? They didn't
They
practice it.
did.
They
That's
didn't
what I'm
believe
telling
in
you.
it. They knew God.
Could you
It's the
explain why
difference
it's a church over
between
there?
practicing something and knowing God.
Could you explain to me why
So
they
explain
have
to
the oldest
me,
church in the world?
are you a Christian?
Yes. I want you to explain to me why
Do
they
you
have the
believe
oldest
in
church in the world.
Jesus?
Yes.
So why are you on here telling me things? I'm not going to ask you. I'm going to tell you because I know why. You're on here telling me things about Ethiopia that's true, and you don't align with it. You still believe in the modern European Christianity, knowing that Ethiopians did not practice Christianity the same way Europeans practice. Ethiopians knew God. That was Christianity. They knew God, right? So why are you on here saying these things about Ethiopia like you agree with what we're saying when you don't? You believe in Jesus. Ethiopians, ancient Ethiopian Beta Israel
Even
people
Jesus.
did not, hold on, they did not and do not believe in Jesus.
Okay, so I want you to be honest with me.
They don't
Have
believe
you
in
ever
Jesus.
hold on.
They
So we
were
have
colonized later
oh my God. No, they were not.
colonized later and programmed just like everybody else.
By who?
European powers, European empires.
So allow me to ask you a simple question.
I
Why
think you
in
need to stay
Africa?
right here, Truth. I
Okay,
think you need to stay right here. Like,
Yeah, because
let it marinate.
guys,
you
hold
giving
on.
yourself
too
away.
fast.
You regurgitating things that you learned by watching our lives. And now you
I
on
did
here
not.
as a Christian that believes in a white Jesus, talking about you out there trying to teach me about Ethiopia
You gotta allow me to
you
say
are still in the lie. You still in the lie, deceiving
listen,
people.
allow me to respond to you.
You
Again,
can't.
just because
No,
you
Truth.
say something doesn't make it a fact.
Because you came up here trying to prove me wrong about something when really you just saying stuff that we already said. At the same time, you still believe in the lie. You still believe things that
Do you have a
Ethiopian
computer in
people
front of you?
never, ever, ever,
Hold
ever.
on. Do you have a
on.
computer in front of you? Do you have a computer in front of you?
Yeah.
Can you pull up was Ethiopia ever colonized?
I don't have to pull up. I just did a 4 to 5 hour live on the timeline
And you
of where
telling us you're
Christianity,
a Christian.
Judaism, and the Muslim faith came from and who was doing it first.
That was
And
based on your opinion.
you probably was on that live when I told everybody that all of this was in Africa first. And I made sure Africa, because Ethiopia was the last biblical kingdom standing. That tells you it wasn't the only one. There were biblical kingdoms in Africa before colonization, and Ethiopia was the last one standing. That tells you everybody else went against God. Ethiopia was the last kingdom that the Europeans, they couldn't conquer them because they did not want to go against God.
I got you. We have actual people from Ethiopia that had
You
conversations with your
are
leader who's
still
telling you that's not accurate.
believing the conqueror's story
Listen,
by saying
okay,
you
yeah,
believe in Jesus.
okay, listen.
You're going
You're saying
against
that does not mean you're
ancient
right.
Ethiopian traditions
Ancient
by
Ethiopian
just
believed
saying you
in
believe in
Jesus
Jesus.
dying
I
for their
don't think you
sins.
understand
That's
that.
what I'm saying. Listen. Okay, listen. In Africa, we have many countries, first of all, and all of these countries do not agree to the same religion or cultural practices, right? Israel is God's chosen people. Ethiopia was not. That's number one. Now, Israel was
So
supposed to make other nations jealous of their God and of their people. They were supposed to do that. Now, remember,
hold
Moses
on,
had a
because
wife,
I gotta cut
and
you
she
off.
was.
Because I gotta cut you off. I just can't let you keep going on and saying stuff that's not true. You said
That's something you don't believe.
Israel. Let's pause and unpack what you just said. You said Israel is God chosen people, right?
Yes, that's all.
You
Every
said
God
that
on the
that's
planet knows that.
not Ethiopian people, right?
No, it's not.
Okay, listen. So why are Beta Israel is Ethiopian people? Do you
Okay,
how
listen.
how is what you're saying true if Beta Israel is Ethiopian people? And that's a
No,
fact.
it's not, sweetheart.
Yes, it
It's not.
is.
Listen,
Hebrews,
you're formalizing your
Israelites,
belief system to something
Moors.
that's not going to
These are
make
the
it a
people
fact.
that were burnt face, which is Ethiopian people. Israelites, Israel, Beta Israel, Hebrews, Hebrew Israelites, burnt face, Abyssinian, Ethiopian. They're all the same. Same people.
Okay, so do you believe in the Atlantic slave trade? I'm not sure if you do or not. Do you?
All right, it's time to move on because you just, I don't know.
Okay, you're giving me
You're
your
going
beliefs.
you're
I'm
going
telling you the facts and
everywhere, and
history.
it's not
Yeah,
really, it's
listen,
not
because
on
you keep
topic, and you
listen, you
asking me
keep trying
things
to
that you
regurgitate
already
what
know the
somebody
answer
taught
to
you.
because you've been on the live several times. So
I got you, but I'm asking you. Listen, everything you keep telling me is based on your leader's belief. I'm not asking you about your belief.
everything I'm
Tonight's
telling
facts
you
and
is
history.
everything that you regurgitating. You saying the same thing that we always say. That's where you getting your information
No,
from.
I'm
But
not. You keep telling me something, and when I bring up
really put
history,
it
you say
into
it's a lie.
words right because you still holding on to the lie and trying to steal garments.
Okay,
So you
listen.
mixing
You're
what you
calling something a lie
believe
doesn't make it
with
a
the
lie,
truth.
sweetheart. You just because
Okay,
you say it's a lie, y'all, doesn't mean it's a
who's
lie.
Israel then? Who's Israel?
God's chosen people. That's
Okay, but
biblical.
who are these people?
Is the Bible lying?
Who are these people?
The same people he brought out of Egypt.
Who are these people then? Where are they?
God's chosen people.
I know, but where are they?
They're not subject to a certain land.
Who are the people? You saying they
Whoever
God's
his
chosen
people.
people, so you got to
I
be
tell you
talking
what. Can
about
I?
people, right?
Yes.
Who are
Now,
they?
can I show you who they are?
Yeah.
Okay.
Show me who they are.
You got a computer, so just pull up your Bible on your computer. Pull it up for me. Go to 2 Chronicles, chapter 7. Pull it up on your computer.
So you gonna show me who God's chosen people is?
Yes, in 3 different scriptures. I'm going to show you who his people are. Just pull it up.
All right. You know what? I don't know, Haley. Should
That's not rough on
I
me.
entertain this, or should I
And
just go on with my life?
if you don't believe in the Bible, right? Because listen,
I'm just
that's
like,
fine.
how you gonna point to I'm gonna go to the scripture. I really want to just move on, but I'm gonna go to the scripture. But I gotta say this: how are you going to point to a scripture in the Bible that's coded to tell me who God's chosen people is when the book already tells you Israel is God's chosen people, but you obviously can't identify those people
Israel
outside
and
of the book.
Ethiopia is 2
But
different people.
I'm gonna
So,
go
truth
ahead
in the
with
booth,
See
does
the
that mean
problem.
that you don't believe that the people in Israel are the people of Israel?
They could be the people of Israel. I don't care. They're Israel. That's fine.
what?
That's why I said, can I show you biblically? Now, if you don't accept the Bible, you don't have to
I'm
go
gonna
to
go
it.
to the scripture, but let's first decode what Beta Israel actually means because you think I don't know what you think. For the record, Beta in Giaz means it's house House of Israel. So beta means house of. And Israel, hold on.
It's a mixed multitude, by the way, just so you know.
Stop telling
It's
me
not a
stuff
race
like
of people.
you the professor in this damn class.
It's not a race of people. You do understand that, correct?
I understand that Israel has a spiritual meaning. Yes.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. Truth in the booth.
He says not a race of people, but then when you say what it is, no, it doesn't. I think you're just here to go against anything I say. The
I'm going
house
against what you're
of
saying. I'm going against what
people.
somebody taught you.
Okay, let's break it down because Israel comes from Jacob's name being changed, right? Okay, so why did Jacob's name turn to Israel? Because he did something, right?
What did he do?
He went. Basically, the story is decoded because I'm not gonna. It don't make no sense to just tell you the
Exactly. You're
story.
going to deny the scriptures by
Basically,
telling me it's decoded.
he
And it's not.
faced himself. He
No,
faced
he
himself.
didn't. No, he
Okay,
did not, sweetheart.
he did what we call alchemy.
So he knocked his own hip out of joint. That's what you're saying. He beat up himself. That's what
So
you're
you
going to
think
tell me.
somebody was really getting beat up?
Have you ever knocked your own hip out of joint?
Have you ever tussled with an angel?
Bro,
Who wrestle with themselves? That is insane.
are you serious right now?
Hold
Are you
on to yourself
really
until you bless
talking
yourself.
literal?
Can we
Are you
read it?
thinking that this story is about a man that really wrestled with something?
If you don't accept the scriptures, y'all, don't bring it up. Because it's not going to be about what you want it to be about.
You need to take your own advice. You
That's
should
like
take your own
that's like
advice.
taking
The
an open
story
book
of
test and you
Jacob.
don't use the book to take
The
the test.
story. Hold on.
If I give you a test to take and I give you an open book so you
Okay.
can cheat on purpose and you don't take the opportunity to do it and you fail the test, that's illiterate.
You
Which is what your
projecting,
leader is.
brother. You projecting. Just chill.
And I think you're choosing ignorance over reality.
Truth,
Oh.
mind your words and slow down.
Oh, you want to be
You
ignorant
know,
too, Haley?
when people
You
start,
just,
it's okay because he's just
No,
projecting. That's all. It's just a little slight projection.
It's really sad. Listening to an idiot, and now they sound dumber than
They
him.
go to insults when they
more
start getting mad and don't
projecting.
have no fight in the game. They get the insult.
No. Great. Listen, that's because I
Truth,
love
you
you.
trying to come
And
to
it's
the facts,
embarrassing that
or you
people
want to
can
go
see
back
y'all
and forth
sound
with your
dumb.
conclusion?
This is why black people are the last in every category because we do dumb stuff
Black
like this.
Black people are the last in every category because we can't let go
Because
of
of
the
people
lies
like your
that we've been
leaders.
taught to
And
organize
true,
and
you
unite.
know,
This is
you
why
know
y'all
the
last
truth.
in everything
You have
because
been
you say
around
dumb
us.
stuff.
You know you stealing our
Mr. Clinton, you
garments,
too old
and
for
you
this
trying to
conversation,
teach
Bucko.
us. You
Mr.
can't
Clinton,
teach
you
us
got one foot in the
nothing.
grave and one foot on earth,
You
young man. Please
can't.
be quiet.
And see, black people don't respect their elders either, and
He's
that's
not
why
an
you
elder.
can't get in order.
He too old to
Y'all
be
don't
that dumb.
respect. You don't respect the people
An
that you're
elder
supposed
should
to
be full of
respect because
wisdom.
you're respecting the system that programmed your
Does
ass.
an elder not supposed to be full of wisdom?
How our elders are not full of wisdom because they're full of lies, and the
Right, which is
elders
Mr.
that are
Clinton.
full of wisdom,
Thank
y'all
you.
don't want to listen
This
to
is
because you
exactly
think
what I
they're
just said.
crazy.
Mr. Clinton is absolutely what you just described.
See what I'm saying? All right.
It
Now,
doesn't matter what you say, truth, because
it
I
sure
know the
don't.
Mr.
truth.
Clinton,
I've
you
met
listening to a
God.
young
God
man who could
came
be
to
your
my
son,
house and
and
gave
you
Hey,
me
can't be
the
that
truth,
dumb.
sir. I've been
so we're gonna.
around him,
Did you sleep with him
so
too?
I know.
Hey, Truth,
You don't have to know.
keep
Mr.
it
Clinton,
cute
did he
because
bend
we
you
don't
over
need
too?
you around to tell the truth. We can tell the
I don't
truth with
have
you
to
in
prove
the
nothing
chat.
to
Hold on,
you.
upgrade,
So
hold on.
please
Mr.
keep it
Clinton,
cute. Don't be
I don't have to
disrespectful.
prove
Mr.
nothing to
Clinton,
you
did
because you
Cordell
don't
bend you over
know.
too?
You on the outside looking in. That's
Because
what.
he sleep with men. I just want you to know that, Mr. Clinton.
All right.
Yeah, you ain't here for
He
the
put you
facts.
out of
He
Yeah,
bent
here.
he
you
just
up. He
here
bent you up.
to. So, but we
Put
still
you
gonna
out
bring
of
that
here.
truth out. We don't need you up here to tell the truth. We can tell the truth with you in the comments.
Lie in the booth like sis said.
Yeah, man, coming up here with them stolen garments like he teaching the class. How you gonna talk about a man and then teach the class with that same man's information?
Man, he garbage, man.
Like we
That's
said
all.
earlier, they said it's
Y'all
part
make
of
me
life.
sick.
He
What?
lost and cursed. He cursed and lost both. Be cursed and lost.
When you're having a conversation with somebody and you start revealing the truth about them, then they get to insulting. When he had no conversation, everything he's saying about Ethiopia came from us. This is why you can't accept the truth. You want to hold on to you believing in Jesus and Jesus coming out of the sky, and you can't get your point across accurately because you still accepting the lie and you still in garments. You want to accept the truth, but you don't want to accept the Christ that the truth comes from. This is why your whole stuff about Ethiopia just sound retarded, even though you telling the truth, because it's not coming in a pure spirit. You gotta trick the spirit, brother. You gotta trick the spirit. Coming up here like you teaching somebody in the class when the whole time you got notes behind your damn back from Yaju. The hell? Now, Jacob, the name before transformation, Jacob, Yaakov, comes from the Hebrew root word, I don't know how to say this, Aqeb. Heel, to follow closely, to overtake, to supplement. He's born grabbing Esau's heel. A heel holder is someone who moves from behind, advances strategically, takes position, not by force, by timing. Let's unpack this. So Jacob isn't a liar or a trickster in the shallow sense. He's a strategist operating within a world where birthright is blessing, determined survival, and legacy. Jacob represents the struggler in formation, not yet fully aligned. Be aware, there's something he must obtain, baby. It's that throne. Yeah, let's keep
God's working right with him. I can see all through it. I can see all through God's working all through the whole entire.
We're gonna break it on down. We're gonna break this on down because he just got up here with all them lies, and we're going to break it on down because Jacob's name means something and Israel means something, and he's talking about it doesn't mean anything.
He knows the truth. He just don't want to accept the person that because I heard him say something about him anyway. I heard him say something, so that's all right. When he's risen up, we're going to see where you going to be at.
Mm-hmm.
That's all.
This is where everything changes. The wrestling moment, what he saw, he said, you think he wrestled with himself and broke his own hip? You think he actually wrestled at all?
It's a mental thing. It's mind. Come on, y'all. Mind. He had to accept the truth.
I think I accidentally put some in there that wasn't, but they were. So don't have to watch them all over again. Sorry.
I get it now. It's mental, mind. That's what they got us all programmed. They program our mind with the lie. Now we got to reprogram our mind with the truth.
And that's why
the truth don't prevail.
He couldn't understand the fact when I was saying that this is a mental war. They want y'all to think it's guns and that's the only war going on. No, the biggest war, the most impactful war. We still in it. It's a mental war. It's a spiritual war. It's an unseen fight.
That's right.
For real.
That's why they say the revolution will not be televised. People don't get that. Now we done almost finished the course.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And that's why we really in last place. Because we can't get on one accord spiritually. We can't get on one accord spiritually. We can't get on one mind, one song, one band. We arguing about, y'all, come on, man. Come on, man. So Jacob wrestled a man through the night. The text later says he wrestled Elohim. He wrestled the angel. He wrestled the presence. So obviously he wasn't actually wrestling a man. Obviously. It wasn't a literal. Because there's no way you could think this is literal when in later text in the same story, it tells you he wrestled with God. So how would you think that this is a literal wrestling with a man?
That's what they get for reading God's mail.
So
They got the wrong impression.
So it's like, this was not a bar fight. This was an internal divine confirmation. So Jacob is alone between past guilt and future destiny, about to face Esau, no longer able to rely on schemes. When the being touches Jacob's hip, it dislocates it, right? When you quiet your mind, stripping the lies and everything that you have been taught, everything that you believed in since a child, everything that your mom and your dad and all, this is saying the truth hurts like a broken hip. So when you quiet your mind and you start to unlock all of the truth and you start to see things that you didn't see before and notice those things, it's like a broken hip. The shit's gonna hurt.
Yeah, it's gonna hurt, but it's gonna heal you though. Once you know the truth, I can go anywhere and talk and tell the truth and hold my head up high and sit every pastor down and shut their mouth, and they'll be looking at me like they at the first reader. Where all that come from? Who you heard that from?
To the person, I'm like,
And I tell them I got it from God.
How about
I got it from Christ. And he walked in the earth in the flesh. Where he at in that lamb? And one guy was on the pound, and he laughed. He was on Parker's pound. Right. And he laughed. We told him about Christ. Where he at? He in that lamb. He was laughing his butt off.
Laughing. Yeah, it's funny. Laugh, but the last laugh gonna be the loudest.
Laugh now, but you're gonna be crying later.
The last laugh will be the loudest. That's where all that come from. He who laughs last laughs. Okay.
Well, God is using all.
But you know what? We ain't gonna be laughing at nobody, y'all. It's we ain't gonna be laughing. Righteous people don't do that. Righteous people don't kick people when they down. That's the difference between us and y'all.
We want them to come, but if they don't come, we can't make them. We can't make them accept what we tell them. But when it's all over with, they'll know.
Okay, so when the being touched Jacob's hip, so this is symbolic, y'all. The hip, strength, stability, ability to run. Jacob's old way of moving through life has become disabled. I'm just saying.
I kind of figured that.
From this point on,
I see God working all through that.
Yeah. So from this point on, Jacob walks with a limp, meaning he will never again move the same way. Come on, man. Y'all got I know y'all understand lyrics in rap songs, right?
Yep.
Okay, so the name change, Israel.
That's why God changed his name. That means your actions and everything gonna change, right? Your actions gonna change right along with that, with your name.
Right.
You ain't gonna act the same. You gonna do different.
They understand this on a ego level. That's why you got people joining these Israelite camps, and when they join the camps, what they do? They change their name.
Yep. It sure is.
Everything is always on a level where it don't that don't even make sense. It's man giving. Y'all picking names off of ego. God gave Jacob a new name. God assigns who sits on the throne. See, that's why y'all don't like this conversation. Y'all want to get picked by ego and titles and systems and orders made by men. That's the difference. When God chooses, it probably ain't going to be what you want. It's going to be what your ass need, though. Every single time.
Every talking about how he taught, You don't know the Bible. He don't need to know the Bible. He doing the Bible. It's a script, and he doing it. But y'all don't know it.
So it says the name change. The being says, your name shall no longer be Jacob, but Israel. For you have struggled with God and with men and have prevailed. What prevails? The truth shall always. The truth shall prevail.
Right.
So he struggled and prevailed. So what Israel actually means, often said as Yisrael. That's what the camps like to say, Yisrael, everything with a Y. It is often mistranslated. It does not simply mean God wrestles, but here's a breakdown. S-A-R-A, Sarah. That sounds familiar too, huh? To contend, to govern, to rule, to prevail. L-E-L, God, power, authority. So Israel means one who contends with God, one who prevails with God, one authorized to govern after wrestling with truth. Israel is not passive obedience. Israel is earned authority through confirmation. Alchemy.
So that means you got to be confirmed by God.
Christ.
God got to confirm. Otherwise, you're not confirmed.
Now, y'all understand why the topic today, where they settled and what we was talking about when they settled, what they were doing, because they couldn't get you in a state of mind where you understood this and you actually did it. They could never have you, the descendants of these people, actually going within so that you could get your new name. Israel, the people that would prove God is real. You couldn't get that name. They wasn't going to allow you to get that new name through confirmation. This is why you got people saying, you need to go to work. You're lazy. And this is why they making the nomad lifestyle illegal and you can't live in your car. And because you may just go within and wrestle with God and prevail.
Tussling with the truth.
You know what I'm saying? The truth gonna connect everything the way it's supposed to be connected every single time.
I told you they trying to get us. They trying to pass a law where we can't leave. I saw it. I saw it yesterday, and I said, "Yeah, we gonna see." God got the last say so.
One thing I learned. Okay, I'm sorry, Brother Clem. What you were saying?
Yeah, we going. They can't stop that. Cause wherever God go, I'm going.
Yeah, one thing I learned on this journey is that nothing is surface level, man. And just because a system has certain ways and certain things on how they do it, don't mean that that's how it's gonna be. And a lot of people thinking that this giant can't fall, but we talking about God. Y'all say y'all love God. Y'all say y'all believe in the power of God, but I'm starting to think that religious people are doubting God. I really think y'all doubting God.
Yeah, they doubting God because they done been programmed. That's why.
The giant can fall, y'all.
If they drop the lie, they'll be able to think better. But they don't want to drop that.
Okay, so Israel is not a racial label. First, it is a spiritual condition before it becomes a nation. You don't inherit Israel, you become Israel. Jacob equals survival mode. Israel equals authority with conscience. Limp equals humility plus wisdom. Anyone who has wrestled with God, questioned, resisted, and demanded clarity, been broken in order to be aligned, has stepped into the Israel experience. And if you still have the lie and still living under the lie and still living under the system and you still believe in everything you've been taught, you have not stepped into that experience, that consciousness that everybody is claiming to have without actually doing the work.
Can't have it if you ain't doing the work. And you got to be chosen by God to do the work. First, you got to be taught. You got to be taught first.
Yeah. You know, that's why many are called and few are chosen, because few actually want to do the work to get to the point where their mind is clear enough to hear.
Right.
They don't want to do the work. The work means getting rid of everything you know. And not questioning it. That's the work. Go get into a point where you're not questioning the wrong things. That you should be questioning the stuff that you've been taught all your life. If you hear something new, yes, you should question it, but not in the same way you question the lie. When your mind wakes up, for some reason, when you hear the truth, you just don't question it. You don't question the truth. You start questioning the lie for real. I don't know. Maybe that's divine. Maybe that's the whole thing about the people that's chosen and follow the narrow path, and the people that's chosen and decide that they don't want to follow the narrow path. Maybe that's the difference.
Well, see, what happened with me is I knew the lie, but I didn't know the truth. But once I heard the truth, I compared what he was telling me and what the pastor was saying, and they didn't add up. So I said, well, wait a minute. These pastors, they lying. Because Christ said he the one. And they say one was coming out the sky. No, that's never happened. So I knew that was a lie right there, because I always looked up in the sky to see if I see something come out the sky.
Mm-hmm.
But I never saw it, so I gave up. I said, okay, that ain't true either.
Yeah, man, you have people giving up. That's why you have so many people giving up. It's too far-fetched. It's like, bro, we're never going to experience. You got people giving up because they're just coming to the point where, man, we never going to see that shit. They giving up.
Well, I didn't never get to that point. I knew after my accident, I was a wake-up call.
Mm-hmm.
That's what that was. Mm-hmm. God was going to wake me up so I could see the sun, and I was going to wake up with the truth. It was going to be a process, but I was going to wake up. But I had to go through the lie first.
So to sum it up, y'all, Israel doesn't mean chosen. It means one. It means you wrestled with God, you changed by truth, and walked away with authority and a little limp. You'll never walk the same.
Yeah, once you learn the truth, you'll be like, oh, man, okay.
Now there was something very important in there. Change by truth. Change by truth. Only one was chosen to have the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So you can't be changed by truth until an appointed time and by an appointed person, or shall I say anointed one.
That's why I had to go through the lie till I got the truth. I started getting bored with it. I started getting tired. I got to a point where it ain't adding up. And then when I heard y'all do, I knew then, I was like, okay.
Okay, let me see. What was I at? A lot of times these people come up to throw us off, y'all, but it's cool.
They can't throw us off. We know the truth. They don't. God using them to throw us off, but we already know. We know we're not going to deny what we've been saying for every day. We ain't changing. You can get mad all you want. We not going to change. We going to say the same thing over and over. You going to say, y'all Jew is doing this, and I ain't nothing, but y'all, you throwing dirt on his name, just like the book say. You come up and after you can figure us out, you throw dirt on his name. And then you gonna use me. I ain't gonna bite my tongue. I'm following the spirit, and I'm gonna continue to follow him
Right.
because he came to my house, and I got hit with the spirit, which is energy.
Yep.
Give up direction came.
I don't know. I might chop your name up, so I ain't gonna say it, but he said, how can an African American be indigenous to America? He said, well, because I kind of agree with what you're saying. They think they're indigenous to America because they were probably here first. But that don't mean that you're indigenous to America. You're indigenous to where you were before you actually came to America. Just because you were here first don't mean this is where you started. We're not saying that there weren't black people or indigenous people, African descendants here already. We're just saying that they were somewhere else first, and then they branched out. Okay, well, you could have it. It might not have. So, there was something that I wanted to get into before I actually started talking about the actual towns in Texas where these people settled. And, you know, what we already talked about was the different roles people play in society and why. You know, when they settle here, they settle into roles. Okay, they had different organizations that were supposed to help the community, and that's how it started out. But it changed. It changed when people started to operate in ego and forgot about the spark. You know? So I was kind of looking at the Girl Scouts, the Boy Scouts, and different organizations that people get in as children. And I found out that the Freemasons and Eastern Stars are kind of like baseline. Freemasons are only for adult. It's like a fraternal order for men. The Eastern Star is affiliated adult for women, right? It's affiliated to it's like the women's Freemason or whatever. The core values are morality, service, brotherhood, and sisterhood, rituals, symbols, oaths, but for adults only. They do not initiate children into Freemasonry. They do have young organizations that are connected to Freemasonry, though. Masons do sponsor and support young youth groups, but those are explicitly named and separated. The Mole International is for boys, for teen boys. Jobs Daughters is for teen girls, and Rainbow Girls is for teen girls. These are optional, voluntary, and usually requires a Masonic family connection, okay? So they're open about their affiliation. Girl Scouts and Boy Scouts are not on the same list. But what is connected when you talk about the Girl Scouts and the Boy Scouts? They share origins and time periods. Boy Scout was founded in 1907 through 1910. Girl Scouts founded in 1912, right before 1913, but we ain't gonna get into that. Same era when fraternal orders were culturally dominant, civic groups shaped moral citizens, and many founders, donors, and early leaders were Freemasons, Eastern Stars, and members of civic lodges, churches, and fraternal clubs. So what this means is the leaders often overlapped, the values overlapped, and the symbolic language overlapped. But the organizations themselves were not Masonic orders. So it just proves the point of what we were talking about. This is engineered to get your children to go down a certain path instead of a divine path. So symbolism and structure. Scouts use badges, oaths, pledges, ranks, ceremonial language, and Freemasonry uses degrees, symbols, rituals, and moral allegories. They are similar. These similarities exist because this was normal social organization style. Schools, churches, military, fraternities all use the same framework. So these so it's similar structure, but it's not the same organization per se. Now, college fraternities and sororities, different situation. Here's where my instinct kind of got close. Many college frats and sororities were explicitly inspired by Freemasonry. Borrow symbols, secrecy, rituals. Some founders were Masons. Some organizations historically restricted membership in racial/religious ways, just like lodges. Still, they are not officially subordinate to Freemasonry. No automatic pipeline, no requirement to join Masonic bodies later. But yes, the physical or philosophy, or however you want to put it, the DNA overlaps. Okay? The origin of it, the structure of it, it all overlaps much more here than Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts. Okay? So it just goes in line with the topic, y'all, that I'm bringing out, that these people settled in places, and first they had organized leadership that was for the community, but it turned into something else. Okay? Not all Masons are bad, not all Eastern Stars are bad, not all Masons are warlocks, not all Eastern Stars are witches, but some of them are. And that's a fact. So these things were early social conditioning: obedience in hierarchy, loyalty to institutions, civic duty narratives, patriotism, and group identity. That's not unique to Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts. It's schools, churches, sports, ROTC, youth ministry, all of that. This is how systems
Yeah,
reproduce themselves culturally.
I was in ROTC, so
Me
that's a
too.
system. Yeah, I was.
We was all in schools. I ain't gonna say we was all in churches, but we was all in some form or structured belief system. If we believed in something, it just didn't fall in our lap. We got it from somewhere. Sports,
Right.
youth ministry. I was in the youth choir.
Well, I was in all that.
So I'm just saying, y'all, we settled in places and had systems. They used our organized leaders. Okay, they put things in front of them that made them greedy and made them turn against each other and start competing. And that's how we have systems that reproduce workers and people that are for a system. And now they
That's
can't
why
pick
that
up.
guy. That's why that guy gonna be burned out. He said he worked 80 hours. Y'all lazy out. You ain't gonna have no energy to do nothing. 80 hours, all for the sake of money.
I guarantee he probably on some kind of drug too, to some kind of
He probably
stimulant
is.
to keep up, to stay awake.
He probably is.
Y'all know the medical field, that's where the drugs came from. They was in there using cocaine. They got
Pharmacology.
the doctors got addicted to cocaine. They had the cocaine first. They was using
That's
it as medicine and they got addicted to it.
that's where
Trying to
pharmacology
stay
comes.
awake.
Pharmaceuticals.
Let's talk about that. Mr. 80 hours a week probably is a cokehead.
Oh boy.
I be laughing and joking, but it be for real. And y'all know I don't be lying. That's why these doctors be, girl. So
They trying to get that money.
So y'all, this is just clear as day. It's not by accident. It's designed this way for a reason. And I'm keep saying it's so you don't ever think, you don't ever go within and do the work, wrestle with God and prevail. All right, let me see if I have some more on this. I don't think I do.
Once you get the truth, you will wrestle with God and prevail. Because you need to know the truth. He wants you to know it.
Oh, now I found it. So we was talking about Ethiopia being the last biblical kingdom standing, because it was. And hold on, y'all. The timeline that I went over, it was talking about how Ethiopia was the last biblical kingdom standing, and they fought before they were colonized. They fought against European powers and won. The only reason why they were taken out is because of betrayal, and probably people that betrayed them were, they were in these systems making treaties and deals for personal gain. This seems like a pattern that we lose because we get into these systems for personal gain. We lose sight of what we need to be fighting for. For real, that's crazy. So this is why Ethiopia remains symbolically dangerous to colonial systems. It could not be easily reframed as civilized. They couldn't civilize them. They couldn't train them. They couldn't assign them roles. This sound familiar? That guy just came up and went off on us because he think we should be working. We should be in our assigned roles.
That's his assigned role. Ain't our assigned role. It's his. He want to work 8 hours, good. Good for him.
Y'all, this helps you understand why Ethiopia was a threat. Why, when the people came and branched out other places, and when they settled after colonization, they began to go against each other in the same ways way across the world.
That was the purpose of it, to go against us, to separate us. That was the purpose of it.
Now, what I just said, they were dangerous. They couldn't be programmed. And because Ethiopians' worldview assumed you already are something before society named you. How many times I done said this? How the hell you gonna name God when you wasn't even born with a name?
We something else. That's all I gotta say. Because God every name, but what his name is. And God ain't got no name, first of all.
They took the meaning out of names, because now when you name somebody, it don't even have meaning no more.
Nope.
It's just an entity and a contract. That's it. For their personal gain. They took everything that belonged to God and tainted it and flipped it and made and did something else.
I told you put everything in reverse.
Yeah. Yep. So before we get into the neighborhoods, let's look at why colonized societies push pathways, like they push you into roles. Colonial systems require predictability. Engineered systems require predictive programming. You know, like a computer in a game. The algorithm, it has to be predictive. Y'all think they got algorithm when they started internet on these social media platforms? That ain't where they got algorithm from. That's something they took from God and tainted it and turned it into something that don't mean shit. They have you competing against one another for the algorithm. I want the algorithm to give me more likes. I want the algorithm. Y'all better wake the hell up and see things clearly. So, predictable people choose approved careers, join approved institutions, seek validation from authority, and they measure success externally. It's never within. It's never them. It's external. I got a degree in this, and I know how to do this because I got a degree in this, and just saying. So societies are built to spot talent early, funnel into tracks, reward compliance, and discourage deviation from any of that. If you deviate from going to work and thinking about paying your bills, if you deviate from any of that, you are a problem to society. Yo, this is man. Y'all, mind you, I didn't read none of this before I started. I just gathered the information and we reading it together. So youth organizations are evil, but they serve the system, not the spark. It said they evil. Y'all know evil backwards is live. I'm just trying to live, man. Ain't that what everybody's saying, man? I'm just trying to live, man. I'm just trying to make it. That's what everybody's saying. Let me live my life. Man, just let me live.
Everything ain't evil anyway.
It ain't. Everything ain't evil. They are meant to serve a system, not the spark. Now, it's wicked. It's very wicked. It's wicked. When you serving a system and you're not serving that spark. You had that when you was born before you even got your name. They made sure that you don't remember it. When they put that TV in front of you, when they start using the stars in a negative way to make music that makes you think darkness, just straight darkness, things that don't matter. They want you hypersexual, talking about destroying each other and destroying the community that you so-called trying to build up. So the danger don't lie in the badges, the groups, and the structure. The danger is when structure replaces discernment, when roles replace revelation, and when destiny is outsourced to institutions. This is why we keep saying, bring all that you done gathered and hoarded because you was in the institutions. We all lived in this life before the truth came. So we all had a life before, so bring your talents and gifts to the table. Instead of into the system, bettering the system, making the system better, making the system grow. That's why they don't want y'all to unite. But you can flip the table. You can flip the table and use what was once a weapon against you. You can use everything that you have accumulated in this system to change your life. But it ain't gonna change if we don't get in order. Y'all don't want a leader. Y'all don't want a leader, but you want a president. What the hell? The same people that tell me we don't want no man over us. They running down there to vote.
Yep. So it's like they just talking out the side of their neck.
And that's another problem. House of Jacob. If God gave Jacob another name, why is you running around talking about you Jacob? That's why you can't be Israel. That's why you can't renew your mind. You talking about he talking about some Jesus is God to me. To you. Not to God. Jesus is not
Jesus
God to God.
They mispronounced Jesus. I mean, just us to Jesus. All they were just twisted. Hello, to make a god out of him, a deity.
Mm-hmm.
They started that in the 1700s.
Yeah.
The Jesus movement.
To sum it up, y'all, a lot of our systems are designed to train people into roles instead of helping them discover their calling. From childhood, we're taught to earn approval, climb ladders, and join organizations. Ethiopian spiritual tradition emphasizes something very different. That identity and purpose comes from God, not institutions. When you lose that, you start losing assignments instead of destiny. Or you start living assignments instead of living your destiny. Y'all see why they hate Ethiopian people so much? Y'all see why they was the last kingdom standing? Y'all see why the people that were once united, they had to divide them? They don't want us to get on one accord, y'all. We will be a force to be reckoned with in real life if we got on one accord under one leader. For real. The only thing y'all don't want to mimic that in this oppression is order. That's the only thing y'all don't want to mimic. Everything else y'all want to mimic what they do. Y'all want to live in their system, but you don't want to mimic the order, the governing body that orders, the governing body that stands in the gap for its citizens, that is the face that goes and makes deals with other nations for their people. This is why we don't got nobody in the United States of America making deals for us. We don't have a governing body. We don't have a leader. If you do your research, and all you got to do is look it up, what did other nations do to get reparations? The first thing they did was unite. Second thing they did was get in some kind of order, they created a governing body that would go and speak for their people and make sure their people was taken care of. And that's why they got reparations and we don't. Because we still arguing over stupid stuff. You got somebody in the comment, I'm a mower. Are you willing to unite with your Ethiopian? You're a mower. Are you willing to unite with your Ethiopian cousins? Are you willing to unite with your African American cousins? Your British cousins? Your Alaskan cousins? I'm just saying. I don't care where y'all live. Now, we need to unite. And we ain't gonna all look like each other in unity because it's spiritual, remember? So you might have some people that don't look like you uniting with you for one common goal. I don't know, y'all. I'm just saying. You ain't gotta have the same skin color to unite for one common goal, y'all.
That's why we get mad at Parker, because they say, oh, y'all got a white team. Man, so he know the truth more than y'all do.
And he can be orange and still tell the truth.
Yeah, he telling the truth. He telling that's my brother. He telling the truth, and I'm talking to him. Yeah, like he act like he white. He act like he one of us.
Yep. Let's see. Now we're gonna get into these neighborhoods.
That's my brother. I like hearing him, listening to him. He was telling the guy. He say Christ walking the earth right now. He in person. He said, where he at? He said, Atlanta. And he started bust out laughing. Israel, Israel was on the panel. He was on the panel also. And I'm like, okay, you laughing now, but you ain't gonna be laughing later. I guarantee you that.
So the next thing that I wanted, okay, I'm sorry, you finished, Brother Clint?
Yeah.
Okay. The next thing that I was kind of going into was the biblical context, and like, if these people were divided, would it be safe to say that biblical empires were divided? Because Africa had empires, not just one empire. It had empires, like people. That's why you have a king of kings. That means it was more than one king, right? So
Right.
in biblical context, the Bible frequently refers to Ethiopia, Cush, Nubia as a powerful and ancient kingdom in Africa. Moors in historical European usage were often described as descendants of North African people who would have been part of or influenced by ancient African civilization mentioned in the Bible. So both groups can be traced back to ancient biblical peoples, though geography, culture, and later history divided them. Hello, somebody. The division aspect. Originally, these people shared ancestry and spiritual lineage identity. Over time, migration, conquest, and regional development split them into separate communities. North African Moors were Mediterranean-facing Muslim after 7th and 8th century, and Ethiopians were Horn of Africa Christian tradition independent kingdoms. That is lovely, isn't it? They were independent. Biblically speaking, it's fair to see this as a division of an originally unified African civilization, which each branch developed differently while maintaining threads of shared heritage. And this is how you can have part of the lie and some of the truth. And this is how you can have the lie all over the place in different stories. Hello. That's why. And that's how. I just broke it down to you in simple, plain English.
But every lie got some truth
Same
to it.
people, divided, branched out, started using their mind, studying God. They want to do all kind of stuff. So this is how you have the lie in every single story. This is how you had a lie in all these different religions.
Yeah.
That's how.
And God make them all look stupid because they don't even know the truth. When the truth come out, they ain't gonna even know it.
That's crazy. This explains cultural and religious differences, y'all. It shows why they were treated different by Europe and the US. Moors got treaties, Ethiopians didn't. You know why? Because Ethiopians stood 10 toes down with God. They said, nah, nigga. Oh, God. Oh, my God. This is amazing. Like, the truth is, hey, man.
Ain't no time ain't
Y'all,
over.
this is why they treat us like this. This is why they treat us like this, y'all. It explains everything. The truth is clear. This is why we are mistreated no matter where we go in the world. You can live anywhere in the world as a black person and you're going to be mistreated. I'm telling you, this is why. It supports the idea of a lost or fragmented heritage that survives in many communities. I don't know, y'all won't chime in before I get into the next, into these cities, some of these small towns. Let me see what I got. I'm gonna bring it home, y'all. Let me see.
I'll tell you this much: if we wouldn't put y'all Jew, we wouldn't know what we know. I guarantee you that.
I wouldn't know none
The
of
half
this.
of stuff I don't hear, I'm like, okay, but it was time to know it. Is that just like you said? It's a time for everything. God had an appointed time that He was going to reveal the truth, but He was going to do it through a person. That's how we were going to know, and He was going to be one of us. And y'all treating him like he ain't one of y'all.
Exactly.
But it still is. He's still putting the truth out. He's still saying it. Even though people...
Different sources.
Well, truth in the book come from one of the Avengers. He's one of the Avengers, so... Quite naturally, he gonna go up against us. He gonna copy us. He gonna steal our garments. He always have.
He said, where you get your information? Different sources, documents that have been released by the CIA, newspaper articles, books. There's a lot of when you know the truth, you know what to look for. I just put it like that. You know what questions to ask and what to look for. You go down the rabbit hole a little different when you understand the truth and when you know the truth and accept it for what it is.
You can tell the AI and tell them the truth. And,
you sure can.
And they say the wrong thing. Wait a minute. Nope. That ain't what he said. Nope.
I do it all the time.
And then go in detail and tell them what you're gonna say. Mm-hmm. And then they're like, okay.
Yeah. All right, let me see.
And ChatGPT too, especially them. They're all in number systems. That's all they are.
All right, so I'm trying to find it. I plan to do like a separate video for each city or like small town nearby in Houston, like little cities in Houston, to kind of show y'all how these things are still causing us to be divided today. So let's see if I can find it. Okay, this one. So I'm going to start with Cleveland, Texas, because that's where I grew up. Cleveland, Texas was started in 1878 when Judge Charles Lander Cleveland gave land to a railroad, and the town was named after him. But long before European settlers arrived, the land was lived on. Mind you, it says lived on, cared for, and stewarded by people who were already there. Now, when I did my research, the article that I found, it says that the people lived with the land. It didn't say they lived on the land. It said they lived with the land, they cared for the land, and they stewarded the land. That kind of aligns with what it says in the Bible about God making you stewards over animals and the land and all of that stuff. So the people that were already there, they were doing that before European settlers arrived. So this is about the Moors and Ethiopian people that's talking about they were already in America. Hello. So, including, they were already there. Including native peoples and early African descendant communities who arrived prior to colonization. So we're not telling you you're wrong. We're just saying what we've been saying from the beginning. You still got some of the lie. You still got some of the lie. And because you still have some of the lie and not the whole truth, you don't understand that they the same. They the same. They were divided by things that were wicked. So these communities had their own ways of living, sharing, and protecting the land. European powers brought laws that said if a Christian authority discovers land, they can claim it, even if people already live there. These are the same tools used to divide Africa. And this is why you can, because I know people say, well, the stuff that y'all talking about don't have nothing to do with us. We need to worry about our problems, not African problems. Well, the same tools that they use to divide Africa is the same tools that they're used here that got you paying taxes and mortgages and shit. So this idea comes from the doctrine of discovery. The papal decrees. These gave European rulers the right to claim land, ignored indigenous and African descended people who were foundation for that land grant. And were the foundation for land grants in Texas under Spanish, Mexican, Republic of Texas, and U.S. law. Let me read that again because I got tongue-tied at the end. These gave European rulers the right to claim land, ignored indigenous and African descended people who were the foundation for land grants in Texas under Spanish, Mexican, Republic of Texas, and U.S. law. So the doctrine of discovery, because of the doctrine of discovery, the same tool used to divide Africa is the same reason you didn't get land grants. These doctrine of discovery, they were the foundation for land grants. Why they took land from the people that you said was already here. And this is the small town that I'm talking about, that I grew up in. And I know don't nobody in my town know anything about any of this. So here's the key. The people that the government recognizes today are often the ones that they assigned identities to for their own control and economic gain. That erases the history and the rights of the people who were already here, just like Israel existed long before 1948. Recognition doesn't define reality, y'all. It don't define reality. So this town, Cleveland, it grew as a railroad and work town, attracting people for timber, farming, and construction jobs. These towns were built for work and money making, not long-term community building. So there's a lot of towns that I'm going to talk about that are exactly the same. A lot of these small communities we grew up in, they were built for work and money making, not for community building. So when work dried up, Towns were often left into economic and social struggles. They made promises and they didn't keep them, y'all. The government made promises that they didn't keep. And then you have fraternal groups like Freemasons, Eastern Stars also played a role in shaping communities. They created social networks where members helped each other and gained influence. They organized events, charity work, and gatherings. At the same time, these groups created layers of influence, meaning some people had more social power than others. This is what we've been talking about the whole time leading up into this. The guiding you to play a role instead of guiding you to your divine path. So for African descended communities, this intersected with your faith. Faith was central to daily life, and historically, those in power often use spiritual trust to maintain control. Hello, somebody. Hello, somebody. They use spiritual trust, your faith in God, your faith. Remember, they already knew the Ethiopian people. They had faith in God. They had so much faith in God. They were not willing to be trained for something different. So, let me see where it's at. Combined with labor and legal systems, this created a pattern that is still visible today. Competition between people, broken social networks, and uneven access to resources. So this history also explains why we pay taxes, why we have mortgages on land, and that was already cared for. Why are we paying taxes? Why we have taxes and mortgages on land that was already being cared for. So laws redefine land ownership. Property ownership and taxes ignored who lived on or cared for the land first. So the people of Cleveland, Texas, like other towns, were built under these rules, which continue to create property taxes, school taxes, and mortgage payments even today. So walking into places like Cleveland, some people describe a heaviness, like a dark feeling, right? That ain't supernatural. That's the weight of history. The town reflects centuries of people already living on land being ignored or erased, land legally given to settlers for their own gain, towns built around labor, not community, social networks creating influence for some, leaving other people out, faith being misused as a tool of control, and economic and social struggles being passed down through generations. So understanding this shows how history, law, labor, and social networks and faith all work together to shape your community. You didn't shape your community. They engineered that shit. And it's still being engineered right now today.
Sound like a setup to me.
It sounds like a setup. I told y'all the truth connects everything. Now how? Way in Cleveland, Texas, in a little old small town. Why are they talking about the doctrine of discovery is the reason why? The truth connects it all. I know a lot of people are familiar with Fifth Ward, Texas. Fifth Ward. Where did I put the information I got about Fifth Ward? Hold on, y'all. Because that's a very popular little pocket in Texas, in Houston. I can't find the one But I know a lot of people know of Liberty County. Well, there's a small town called Liberty, Texas. It became a county seat earlier in history, which might sound boring, but it matters. County seats centralize law, courts, and authority, and that power doesn't leave. Liberty grew through plantations, slave labor, and local legal authority. After slavery ended, power didn't vanish. It shifted into land ownership, influence, and social control. So today, many of the same families, the same family names, and institutions still hold sway. They still decide who get to have power and who don't. So it's still quiet influence that shapes who gets opportunities and who don't get opportunities. And that includes grants. That includes you bidding on jobs. They make it to where you got to compete with your brother and sister. And you competing and competing and competing, so you'll never unite. So y'all, we just been a part of these engineered communities. We ain't really built no community on our own. We building these communities based off the system and what the system has programmed us to think is a community. But I've been on here for a while. I think that was it. I did want to talk about other small cities that are in the Houston area, but I couldn't find them. I had a PDF saved, but I couldn't find them. I found some of them. Dayton, Texas, access and trade. So Dayton grew near the Trinity River, which made it a hub for trade and transportation. I'm gonna just go over the ones that I can find because I don't see the other ones. The river towns aren't just about community, y'all. They're about control. Whoever controls the river controls access to goods, movement, and opportunity. And we can put the Louisiana in here. Any place you can name that has a port, you can put that right in here. That means even centuries later, the way people gain or lose opportunities is still shaped by his story. When towns are built on access, not freedom, these patterns repeat. Some families or groups stay in power, and some families and groups are left out. And that creates the same looped feeling we talked about with Cleveland and Dayton and Liberty. It's a loop. It's a pattern. So, I don't know what that noise. What is that? So if you look at Liberty and Dayton together, what do you see? Different towns, same system. Power centralized in a few hands, access and opportunity controlled by historical structures, faith, labor, and law intertwined. But they telling you to keep faith and law separate. They trying to tell you that God and government is separate, but they keeping it together. Y'all don't see that? Ain't that suspicious? Y'all don't see that. They want you to think that it's not together. But Christ comes with the government on his shoulder. Is that how? I think that's what the scriptures say. So this is why people feel that heaviness entering these towns. I don't know. I know I've heard a lot of people say that. It's inherited oppression, pressure. You can call it NPC energy if you want to. I personally think these are NPC farms, these communities, because everybody doing the same thing, everybody thinking alike, everybody downfalls are the same. People stuck in roles that they inherited instead of freedom that they could claim. We ain't claimed our freedom because we can't unite. We can't get on one accord. We can't let go of this programming. Like Cleveland, these towns have fraternal organizations and churches shaping their lives. Social networks gave influence to some, left others out. Churches sometimes became tools of guidance and control. Not sometimes, they are tools of guidance and control. This isn't about blaming fate or churches or people and their mistakes. It's about understanding how power and access get passed down quietly across generations and why we can't unite. That's it. The truth connects it all, y'all. I don't care if it's in Africa. I don't care if it's in Alaska. I don't care if it's I don't care where you at. The truth connects it all. And that was all I had. Y'all want to chime in before we go? Any guests want to come up, ask questions, speak your thought, get somebody in the chat might gain some understanding with somebody else.
Lay it all on the line. Lay it all on the line, because that's what you did. You laid it on the line.
Yeah.
That's what truth does. You gotta lay it on the line.
Yep.
People don't want to admit it. It hurts too. That they lied to you all this time.
I think what I should have done, and I probably will do that, is talk about the cities where most of the rappers come from. Texas, Atlanta, or Texas, Atlanta, Memphis, where else? Louisiana, South Carolina. Maybe we need to focus on these areas because it ain't a coincidence that they getting talent out of certain places all the time.
Right.
Hello, somebody. That is not coincidental, y'all. They are going and seeking certain people with certain gifts. We don't understand certain things. They understand it though. They seeking certain people with certain gifts. These people have certain gifts that other people don't have. Why you think the Bible is written in verses and we write the best verses? They seeking us out to turn you into their star instead of God's star. But it's about it, we got to get in order, y'all. We got to get in order. We got to unite. I don't have the website up here. Somebody put the website in the chat. And then when I made this thing, it didn't put the website on here. So you can go to yajujudah.com. And hey man, we got to unite. We got to come under one accord and let go of all these lies that we've been taught. Let go of all these titles that we holding on to because you don't want to. I don't know why we holding on to all these titles, y'all. I don't know. Gotta let it go. Think you gotta let it go. This looks like another love TKO. We love y'all, but we'll knock you out with the truth. We love y'all. We will knock you out with the truth. Y'all see it in the chat. Go to the website, y'all. So much information for you to read so you can understand what's going on, what's really going on, what really needs to go on, what we really need to be looking at and thinking about. Because all the stuff they put in our face, it's distractions. It's all distractions. We divided, calling ourselves different names, and at the end of the day, the last shall be first and the first shall be last, and we need to unite so that we can get in that seat that we're trying to get in. Because I don't care if you're a Moor, I don't care if you identify as a Hebrew Israelite, I don't care if you identify with IUIC and ICU, and I don't care what you identify with. You want to be free. You want reparations. You want that identity back. And the only way you're going to get it is unity. You can't have it divided. You can't have it. And you're going to have a governing body, a leader, somebody that speaks for a mass group of people. I'm ready for Christmas. Are y'all ready for Christmas? And I ain't talking about December 25th. Shit, I'm talking about the real Christmas. When that mass of people that one individual speaks for in that governing body stands up, is raised up to speak for that mass of people, that's when we're going to be able to celebrate Christmas. In real life, for real, the real Christmas. All this other stuff we're doing is just practice.
Hello.
That's it. So, if y'all got something to say before I go? Before I close the live out?
I'm on a bolo, but peace and love to the real. This is a really good live, and I really hope that people really took the time to actually listen to the information that was given. The truth is simple. It's not going to confuse you. It's not going to be complicated. You ain't got to do too much, but you got to be willing to accept it. It's like having mint to the back of the throat. It's so refreshing. You can't get past it. So y'all be blessed and not stressed once again, but take in that truth. Might be hard to swallow, but it's necessary. No problem, sis.
Brother Clean, you want to leave them with something? You want to drop something on them before we go?
Hold on to the truth, because that's the only thing going to keep you alive. That's it.
Absolutely. Y'all, peace to the real. Thank you for coming up, Brother Clean. Next time, and if y'all missed this live, I'm going to put it on the YouTube as soon as I can download it. I have to delete everything on my phone. So it'll be on the YouTube, Nagoose Kingdom YouTube. Upgrade with y'all YouTube. It'll be on there if you missed it. Peace out, y'all.